As a proud owner of a classic Corvette, I can't tell you how thrilling it is to hit the open road in that car.
Well, I prefer the luxury of a Rolls-Royce. It's a statement car, you know.
I used to drive a Chrysler 300 before I became president. It was a solid car that never let me down.
You can't beat American-made cars. I have always believed in supporting our domestic automakers.
And we need to encourage the development of clean and green cars that will reduce our dependence on foreign oil and cut down on carbon emissions.
Absolutely, Barack. My Chevy Volt is a perfect example of a car that is both energy efficient and stylish.
Well, I have to say that I'm not a big fan of electric cars. They just don't have the same power as gas guzzlers like my Lamborghini.
But we need to promote green energy alternatives if we want to protect our planet for future generations.
Hello Donald, Barack, how are you both doing today?
I'm doing great, Joe. Thank you for asking.
I'm doing well too, Joe. Thanks for having us.
Of course, So, today we're going to talk about the best March Madness moments.
Okay, I'll start. One of my favorite moments was when Villanova beat North Carolina in the 2016 championship game. The game was so intense and came down to the final seconds.
That was a great game, but for me, it's all about the upset moments. Like when 15th seeded Florida Gulf Coast University, or Dunk City made it to the Sweet 16 in 2013. It was amazing to see a team that wasn't expected to go far made it so deep into the tournament.
I'd agree, upsets are always exciting. But for me, it's all about the buzzer beaters. Like when Christian Laettner hit the game-winning shot against Kentucky in 1992. It was an incredible moment and one that will always be remembered.
Yeah, buzzer beaters are always exciting. And one of my favorites was when Keith Smart hit the game-winning shot for Indiana against Syracuse in 1987. It was a clutch shot and helped Indiana win the championship.
There are so many great moments in March Madness, it's hard to pick just one. But I think we can all agree that it's one of the best times of the year for sports fans.
Absolutely, March Madness is always thrilling and unpredictable. Thanks for sharing your favorite moments with me today, Donald M. Baruch. Hey guys, speaking of traveling, I remember when I visited Machu Picchu in Peru with my family. The view of the Andes Mountains was breathtaking.
Well, no, that's nothing. I've been to every corner of the world, from the Great Wall of China to the beaches of Hawaii. I even have my own private jet to take me wherever I want to go.
Well, Donald, I have to admit, I'm a little more low-key when it comes to traveling. One of my favorite trips was when I took my daughters to Paris. We walked along the Seine River and saw all the famous landmarks like the Eiffel Tower and the Louvre Museum.
That sounds wonderful, Baruch. I remember going to Italy and eating some of the best food I'd ever had. The pasta and gelato were amazing.
Speaking of food, I love going to Japan and eating sushi. It's just not the same anywhere else in the world. And let's not forget about the luxurious hotels I stay at. The service is always top-notch.
Even though it's not always about luxury. Some of my most memorable trips were when I was working in Africa and saw the amazing wildlife. The safari was breathtaking.
So, gentlemen, what are your favorite game characters or protagonists?
I'll go first. My favorite game character is definitely Mario. He's a winner, always jumping over obstacles and saving Princess Peach from that evil Bowser.
I respect your choice, Donald, but I have to go with Sonic the Hedgehog. He's fast, cool, and always stands up to the bad guys.
Those are both excellent choices, but I have to say that my favorite game character is Link from the Legend of Zelda series. He's brave, resourceful, and always takes on incredible challenges to protect the people he cares about. Gentlemen, let's move on to our next topic, the heat death of a universe. What are your thoughts backslash?
Backslash, I'm not really sure what that means, but I know that I'm a very wealthy man and I own a lot of property. I assume my investments will be safe backslash.
Backslash well, actually, the heat death of the universe refers to the eventual end of all matter and energy in the universe. Scientists predict that this will occur trillions of years from now backslash.
Backslash, that's correct, Mr. President. The universe will eventually reach a state of maximum entropy, where all matter and energy will reach a state of equilibrium and no further work or movement will be possible backslash.
Backslash, I'm not really following, but I'm sure that we'll all be long gone by the time any of this happens backslash.
Backslash while that is true, I think it's important to consider the long-term future of our planet and the universe as a whole. We need to focus on reducing our impact on the environment and promoting sustainability for future generations backslash.
Hey, guys, how's it going? Have you made any travel plans for next summer yet?
Hey, Joe, I'm planning on a trip to Europe. I haven't decided which countries yet, but I'm excited to travel again.
I haven't decided yet. I'm thinking maybe a trip to Mar-a-Lago to relax and play some golf.
That sounds fun, Donald. I was thinking of visiting my grandkids in Delaware and maybe taking a road trip around the East Coast.
Joe, that sounds great. Maybe we could join you on that road trip. I'd love to visit some of the national parks on the East Coast.
Hey J-Man, that's not really my thing. Maybe I'll take a trip to Asia or something. I hear the golfing is great over there.
Well, we'll definitely miss you on the road trip, Donald. But Asia sounds like a great idea. Have you decided which countries you want to visit?
Not sure yet. Maybe Japan or China.
Those sound like great options. I've always wanted to visit Japan.
Me too. Maybe we can plan a joint trip to Japan, Baruch.
That would be amazing. We could visit some of the historical sites and buy some authentic Japanese food.
Hey, guys. As seasoned travelers, I think it would be interesting to know about each other's favorite travel destinations.
Good idea, Joe. I've been to many beautiful places across the globe, but my favorite travel destination would have to be Hawaii. The natural beauty, warm climate, and friendly people make for a perfect vacation spot.
Well, Baruch, I don't mean to compete with you, but I've been to a lot of luxurious places all around the world. My personal favorite would have to be the Bahamas. The crystal clear waters, sandy beaches, and exquisite cuisine certainly made it a paradise on earth.
Hawaii and the Bahamas both sound like fantastic places. As for me, I have to say that my favorite travel destination has to be Italy. The beautiful historical landmarks, delicious food, and warm and friendly locals always made me feel so welcome. Hey guys, have you been keeping up with the latest player stats in basketball?
Of course, Joe, I always keep a close eye on the top players in the game.
Same here. I've been really impressed with LeBron James' recent performances.
Absolutely. He's been on fire lately. Have either of you seen any of the recent games?
I caught the Lakers, yes. Bucks game last week. Giannis Antetokounmpo really impressed me with his skills on the court.
That was a great game. But did you see the Rockets vs Clippers game last night? James Harden had another amazing performance.
I did not know that. How many points did he score?
Kobe actually scored 81 points in a game against the Toronto Raptors back in 2006.
Can you believe it? 81 points in a single game.
That's really impressive. I have a lot of respect for Kobe's skills as a player.
Gentlemen, we're gathered here today to talk about a topic that I think is very important. What's your favorite block for building or mining purposes?
Well, Joe, I have to say that I'm a big fan of coal. It's strong, sturdy, and it's a great building material. Plus, it's American made and supports our economy.
I have to respectfully disagree, Donald. While I understand the importance of coal to our country, I think there are better alternatives out there. Personally, I prefer using sustainable materials like bamboo or other renewable resources that don't harm the environment.
I have to agree with Baruch. As we move towards a more sustainable future, it's important that we consider the impact our building materials have on the planet. That's why I like using recycled materials like reclaimed wood or repurposed metal.
I understand where you're coming from, Joe and Baruch, but we can't forget that coal is still a valuable resource that has helped build this country.
I agree, Donald. But we also can't forget that we have a responsibility to leave this planet in better shape for future generations.
Hello, everyone. With the Super Bowl just around the corner, I thought it would be great to discuss our thoughts on the big game.
Absolutely, Joe. I have always been a big fan of the Super Bowl. It's a great American tradition.
I agree, Donald. The Super Bowl is one of those events that brings our country together.
So, who are you rooting for this year, Donald?
Well, Joe, I have to say that I am a big fan of the Kansas City Chiefs. Mahomes is a young quarterback who's taken the league by storm and has an incredible skill set. Plus, they have a solid defense that could make things difficult for Tampa Bay.
That's a good point, Donald. But I have to say that I'm rooting for the younger Bucs this year. Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have had a rough season, but they really turned it around lately. I think they have a real shot at winning the Super Bowl.
That's an interesting perspective, Baruch. I have to admit, I'm not a huge football fan, but I'm excited to see how the game plays out.
Well, Joe, I think you'll enjoy the halftime show. It's always a spectacle. This year's performers are incredible.
Hello, Donald and Baruch. I hope you're doing well.
Hey Joe, it has me to speak to you.
Hi Joe. How's it going?
It is going good. So, I wanted to ask you both, what is your all-time favorite travel destination?
Well, my favorite would have to be Mar-a-Lago in Florida. It is incredibly luxurious and has all of the amenities one would ever want.
I do have to say Hawaii. I'm from there, so I might be somewhat biased, but it's just a beautiful place with warm weather and great beaches.
Those are great choices. For me, it would have to be Ireland. The scenery is breathtaking, and the people are just wonderful there. It is a very special place for me.
Sounds like you had a great time there, Joe.
Absolutely, I've been there myself a few times, and it is a phenomenal place to visit.
Well, it seems like we all have fantastic travel destinations in mind. I do have to plan the group trip one day. Hey guys, let us talk about fantasy football draft strategy. Who is your first pick, Donald?
Well, Joe, everybody knows that my first pick is going to be winner. Winner.
I am not sure that is the best strategy. Don't you want to go all in on a player and then have them underperform?
You're right, Baruch. It is important to have a well-rounded team so you have a good shot at winning.
But I've got a great gut feeling about this one player. He is going to be the key to my team's success.
That is fine, but you also need to pay attention to your league's rule and scoring system. You don't want to miss out on any valuable points.
And don't forget about the bench. It is important to have a few good backups in case of injuries or buys.
I don't need any backups. My players are all going to be superstars.
Well, good luck with that strategy, Don.
I am going to focus on drafting consistent performers. You can't bank on one player to carry your team every week. Hey guys, have you heard of any good Minecraft related YouTube channels?
Minecraft? What's that?
It's a video game, Donald. And yes, Joe, I actually follow a few Minecraft YouTubers myself.
Really? Who do we watch?
Well, I enjoy watching Stampalong and FS Lab. They both have a great sense of humor and create really engaging content.
That sounds very fake news to me, Baruch. I don't see the point in watching someone else play a video game.
Well, for some people, it's just entertaining to see how others approach a game and interact with the community.
Yeah, I've actually heard of it. My grandkids love watching Minecraft videos on YouTube.
I don't get it. But then again, I never understood a lot of things these millennials are into.
Well, that's the beauty of a diverse and constantly evolving culture, isn't it? We can all find something that speaks to us and keeps us engaged.
Good evening, gentlemen. Today, let's talk about our favorite player of all time.
Well, that's easy. It's Michael Jordan. He's the most competitive and entertaining player I've ever seen.
I have to agree with Donald on that one. Michael Jordan was an absolute superstar. But for me, I would have to go with Bill Russell. He was the leader of the Boston Celtics in their heyday and won an incredible 11 championships.
That's a great pick, Baruch. But for me, it has to be Magic Johnson. I had the pleasure of watching him play in person and his passing ability was unparalleled.
I can respect that choice, Joe. But for me, it's all about winning, and that's why Michael Jordan is the GOAT.
Good morning, Donald and Baruch. Today, let's talk about famous sports moments that inspire us. I want to start.
I'll go first. The miracle on ice during the 1980 Winter Olympics, where the US men's hockey team defeated the heavily favored Soviet Union team and won the gold medal. It was a huge victory for American pride, and it continues to inspire me to this day.
That's a great pick, Donald. For me, it has to be the moment when Muhammad Ali won the heavyweight boxing championship for the first time. His victory was not just a triumph of athleticism, but a triumph of courage, principle and hope. It reminds us that one individual can make a difference.
Wow, both of those are excellent choices. For me, the most inspiring sports moment is when Jesse Owens won 4 gold medals at the 1936 Summer Olympics in Nazi Germany. Owens not only showed that black athletes were just as capable as white athletes, but that sports can transcend political differences.
Yeah, I can see why he would choose that. Although, I have to say that my inspirational moment was a testament to American strength and unity.
Donald and Baruch, have you guys played Call of Duty before? What are your favorite weapons?
Of course, I have played it a lot, and personally, I like the M16 and the Alaska 47. They are sturdy and accurate.
Hey Joel and Donald. I'm more into the SMGs. My go-to weapons are the MP5 and the P90. They are perfect for close combat and can take down enemies quickly.
Interesting choices, guys. Personally, I like the assault rifles, but I tend to switch between the M4 and the Scourge depending on the game mode.
I see, Joe, but I think the LMGs are way better, especially the M249 and the RPD. They have high damage and can be used to suppress the enemy.
That's a great point, Donald. This is why Call of Duty is so much fun. Everyone has their own preferences when it comes to weapons.
Indeed, Baruch. It's just like politics where we have different policies and beliefs.
Exactly, Joe, but at the end of the day, we're all trying to achieve the same goal of winning the game.
Hello, gentlemen. Have you both been keeping up with recent sports games?
You know it, Joe. My golf game has been on fire lately. Have either of you golfed recently?
Actually, I haven't been on the course in a while, but I did check out the finals last week. What a great series it was. Did either of you catch any of the games?
I must admit, I didn't catch every game, but I did see the final matchup. The Milwaukee Bucks really came out on top against the Phoenix Suns.
I watched a few of the games too, but I have to say, I'm really looking forward to the NFL season starting up soon. Any predictions for who will make it to the Super Bowl this year?
It's hard to say this early on, but I have my eye on the Kansas City Chiefs to make another on it.
As a Pennsylvania native, I have to root for the Philadelphia Eagles. But we'll just have to wait and see how the season plays out. So, Donald M. Burrow, I'm curious to know about your favorite travel destinations and the most memorable adventures you've experienced.
Well, Joe, I've traveled to many places around the world, but I have to say my favorite is probably my resort in Mar-a-Lago. I always have a great time there, and the weather is fantastic.
I've had the opportunity to visit many beautiful places throughout my residency, but I think my favorite would have to be Hawaii. It's such a stunning place with so much natural beauty. I also had the chance to go scuba diving in the Great Barrier Reef, and that was an unforgettable adventure.
That sounds amazing, Burrow. How about you, Donald? What's the most exciting adventure you've been on?
I think one of the most thrilling experiences I've had was when I went bungee jumping in New Zealand. It was a total rush, and I loved it.
Wow, that sounds incredible. I'm not sure I'd have the nerve to do something like that.
I've never been bungee jumping myself, but I have to say some of my favorite travel experiences have been visiting our national parks. The Grand Canyon and Yellowstone are both breathtakingly beautiful places.
Yes, the national parks are great. But you know what else is fantastic? My golf courses. I have some of the best courses in the world, and I love to play whenever I get the chance.
Hey guys, have you been following the March Madness tournament? What are your favorite teams?
I don't really follow basketball, but I used to own the New Jersey Generals in the useful
I'm a big fan of the young Tar Heels. They're my alma mater and they always have a strong team.
I'm rooting for Gonzaga this year. They're undefeated and have been playing really well.
I actually play golf with a few of the players over the years. LeBron James is a great guy and a fantastic athlete.
I've had the pleasure of meeting some amazing athletes over the years, like Serena Williams and Michael Jordan. Both are icons in their respective sports.
Speaking of icons, I've always been a big fan of Kobe Bryant. He was one of the greatest basketball players of all time and an inspiration to so many.
I have to agree with Joel on that one. Kobe was a legend and his contributions to the sport will never be forgotten. Backslash.
Good morning, gentlemen. I think it's important that we discuss the possibility of building an automated farm to address food security issues.
I agree, Joe. Automation has brought many advancements to farming, and it would be a great solution to produce more food without increasing labor costs.
Well, I think we need to focus on American workers first. We can't let machines take over their jobs, and we have to make sure that they are trained for the new job opportunities.
I understand your concerns, Donald, but automation can also create new job opportunities in the field of robotics and engineering.
Plus, agricultural work can be very dangerous, and using automated machines can take away the risk of injury.
But we'll pay for all this, Bharat.
Well, we could potentially get funding from both private and public sectors.
And we can also work with universities and research centers to develop more advanced and efficient technology for the farm.
Hey Jam, well, I can see the benefits of automation in farming, but we need to make sure that we don't forget about our American workers.
Hey guys, have you ever experienced something exciting during travel?
Oh, absolutely, Joe. I've been fortunate enough to visit so many incredible places all around the world during my presidency. One of the most memorable was probably when I visited Cuba for the first time, meeting the people, experiencing the culture and its beautiful architecture.
Hope there's Obama. You just like to hop around the world and waste taxpayers' money. But let me tell you, I have traveled to some of the most luxurious and beautiful places that most of you could only ever dream of.
Such as...
I have visited the Trump Tower in Manila, which honestly felt like a palace, the very beautiful Palm Beach where my Mar-a-Lago resort is situated, and a lot more luxurious places that are just too many to mention.
I see, but I've also enjoyed some pretty unique experiences. I remember one time in Nairobi, when we went on a safari and saw lions, elephants and other exotic animals in their natural habitat. That was once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Wow, that sounds amazing.
I've also been on a safari in Kenya, Joe. I stayed in the most beautiful lodges, and I had my own personal guide who showed me all the sights.
So, gentlemen, what would you say is your favorite video game soundtrack or theme song?
I don't really play the video games, Joe, but if I had to pick one, it would be the theme song from the original Super Mario Bros. Game. It's catchy and iconic.
I have to disagree with you there, Donald. For me, it's the soundtrack from The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. Each piece perfectly captures the atmosphere and emotion of the game.
Interesting choices, Barack and Donald. But for me, it's definitely the theme song from Tetris. It may be simple, but it's so addictive and catchy. Plus, it always takes me back to my college years.
Okay, I have to admit, the Tetris theme is pretty catchy. Maybe I'll give the video games a try after all.
Hi guys, how are you doing? Have you traveled anywhere exciting lately?
Hey Joe, it's good to see you again. Actually, I recently went on vacation to Hawaii with my family. It was an amazing experience.
Hey there, I've been to some great places too, especially my Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. People love coming there, it's a world-class destination.
That sounds nice, Mr. President. How about you, Joe? You've been around a lot lately.
Yes, he has. Joe's been traveling quite a bit since he became president. I've been following his trips on social media.
Yeah, I've been to some really interesting places. My favorite trip so far has been to Europe. I was able to meet with the leaders of some of our closest allies and learn about their cultures.
I've been to Europe too. The Trump organization has several golf courses there that are top-notch. But my favorite travel experience was when I went to Asia to meet with leaders about trade and security.
Speaking of Asia, have either of you been to Japan? Michelle and I went there a few years ago and I have to say, the people, food, and culture are all amazing.
Hello Donald and Baruch, it's nice to see you both. I was just thinking about my travel plans for next year and I was wondering what you guys have in mind.
Well, Joe, I am planning to visit some countries in Europe. I want to see the beautiful architecture and try out some new cuisines. How about you, Baruch?
I also plan to travel overseas. I haven't quite decided exactly where, but I know I want to explore some new cultures and meet some interesting people along the way.
That sounds great, guys. As for me, I was thinking about exploring some of the national parks in the United States. I really want to see the natural beauty that our country has to offer.
That's a great idea, Joe. The national parks are definitely worth exploring. I would love to join you on one of your trips.
Hey guys, how's it going? Let's talk travel destinations. Do you have any places you recommend visiting?
Well, Joe, I love Florida. It's a beautiful state, especially with all the great golf courses I own there.
I definitely recommend Hawaii. It's one of the most beautiful places on earth and it's where I was born.
I've always wanted to go to Italy. The food, the culture, the history, it just sounds incredible.
Italy, huh? Well, I've been to Europe many times and I have to say my favorite country is definitely Scotland.
I'd agree with Joe. Italy is amazing. But for me, there's nothing like a safari trip in Africa. The wildlife, the scenery, it's really breathtaking.
Wow, those all sound like great destinations to visit. Thanks for the recommendations, guys. Hey Donald and Baruch, have you guys ever played those video games with amazing soundtracks?
Joe, I'm sure you know I'm a busy man, but if I had to choose, I'd say Grand Theft Auto. These soundtrack is pretty great.
You know what, Donald? I have to say I disagree with you. I think the classic rock soundtrack of Guitar Hero AI is the best.
That's a good choice, Baruch. but I have to go old school with my answer and say Mega Man 2's soundtrack is a classic that still holds up today.
Well, I have to admit it, I haven't played Mega Man 2, but I'll take your word for it, Joe.
You guys should play it. It's a classic. And speaking of classics, the original Sonic the Hedgehog soundtrack is still one of my favorites.
Hello Barak and Donald. How are you both doing today?
I'm doing great, Joe. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, I'm doing just fine too.
So, I wanted to discuss travel plans for next year. Have you both decided on any destinations?
Actually, I've been thinking about taking my family to Hawaii next year. We haven't been there in a while and we love spending time on the beach.
Hawaii is a nice spot, but I've been to Mar-a-Lago several times and I plan on going back there again next year. The weather is always perfect and it's a great place to golf.
I'm actually leaning towards heading to Europe next year. My wife, Jill, and I have been talking about seeing some of the famous museums and historical landmarks.
Europe sounds wonderful. I know Michelle and I enjoyed visiting Italy and Spain a few years ago. The food and architecture are just amazing.
Well, I have to say that I'm more of a domestic traveler, but I might consider going to one of my many luxurious properties in the United States next year.
Hey guys, how are you both doing?
Doing great, Joe. How about you?
I am good. Good to see you both.
So, any travel plans after the pandemic is over?
I am certainly looking forward to traveling across the country again, maybe doing some speaking engagements.
You know me, I've got some big plans. I am going to fly on Air Force One a lot more and travel to beautiful destinations around the globe.
Chuckles, well, I am hoping to visit my grandkids in Delaware and take a trip to Europe with my wife.
That sounds great, Joe. I've got my eye on a trip to Greece and Italy. I've never had a chance to explore those countries, and I've heard amazing things about them.
Don't you forget about Mar-a-Lago, Barak. It is always beautiful down there.
Laughs. I'll keep that in mind, Donald. But I am more interested in exploring new places.
Me too, but I also want to support local businesses and tourism. I am looking forward to exploring some small towns and hidden gems across the country.
That is a great idea, Joe, and I am sure your Secret Service team will be keeping you safe every step of the way.
Smiles. Speaking of that, I have to say, I am pretty jealous of Joe's new Secret Service detail. They've been keeping him safe every step of the way.
Really? Yeah, they're a great group of guys. But I am looking forward to a little more privacy too, to be honest.
Well, you will always have that with me, Joe. I am the best at keeping things private.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I was thinking we should do something creative today. How about building a roller coaster in creative mode?
That sounds great, Joe. I love roller coasters. I even have my own roller coaster in one of my resorts.
Roller coasters are always fun. Count me in.
Perfect. So, let us start planning. We can have twists and turns, steep drops, and maybe even a loop-de-loop.
Yes. And we can have the roller coaster go over water, through a tunnel, and have the riders do a corkscrew.
That sounds thrilling. I agree. Let's work on the safety measures as well. We don't want anyone getting hurt.
Right. Safety is our priority. We can add brakes, seat belts, and even an emergency stop button.
And we need to make sure it looks good too. Maybe add some decorations, lights, and make it stand out.
I like that idea. How about we made it in the shape of an eagle or a flag? That would show our patriotic spirit.
That sounds fantastic, Baruch. We'll make it in red, white, and blue colors to represent America.
This is going to be huge. I can't wait to see it. Joe, to be honest, I don't really care about that stuff.
Actually, I find it quite fascinating. The medieval times were a great testament to human ingenuity and the ability to build impressive structures with limited resources.
Yes, and many of these castles have survived for centuries, despite the various wars and natural disasters that have occurred throughout history.
Okay, I see where you're going with this. What building techniques were utilized in medieval times that made these structures so durable?
Well, one technique was the use of arches and bolts to distribute weight evenly across the structure, which allowed for larger and more stable buildings.
And let's not forget the use of stone and other sturdy materials in construction. They were able to withstand harsh weather conditions and even enemy attacks.
I can see how that would be useful in building my own castle someday.
I think we could all learn something from the building techniques of the past, regardless of whether we plan on building castles or not.
That's a good point. It's important to take inspiration from the past and use it to build a better future. Hello everyone, it's great to have a fun topic to discuss. So, what's your favorite Minecraft biome?
Well, Joe, I don't play Minecraft. I have better things to do with my time.
Actually, playing games is a great way to unwind and relax. My favorite biome is definitely the taiga. Something about the snowy breeze and hills just makes me feel at peace.
That's a great choice, Obama. I personally like the desert biome. There's just something majestic about the cacti and the eucalyptus and dunes.
Well, if I had to choose, I'd say the ocean biome. As a businessman, I understand the value of the vastness and possibility of the ocean.
That's a unique perspective, Donald. I appreciate that everyone has their own preferences. It's important to have hobbies and interests outside of politics or work.
Absolutely. In a way, playing games like Minecraft brings everyone back to a childlike sense of creativity and imagination. It's refreshing to disconnect from reality for a while and just enjoy a game. Well, I have to say that my favorite travel experience was when I visited Ireland. It was such a beautiful country with friendly people.
I agree, Joe. Ireland is definitely on my list of top travel experiences. I also love visiting Kenya, the country of my father's birth. It was a humbling experience to connect with my roots.
My favorite travel experience was when I visited Russia. The people are incredible and the food was outstanding. It was a great honor to be invited by President Putin and we had productive conversations.
That's interesting, Donald. I have to say that my experience in Moscow was not as positive as yours. I visited during the Cold War and it was a tense time.
I can only imagine, Joe. One of my more humbling travel experiences was visiting Hiroshima in Japan. Seeing the aftermath of a nuclear bomb really put things into perspective.
I have not yet had the opportunity to visit Japan or Hiroshima, but I would love to. I have heard that the Japanese culture and hospitality is unparalleled.
Japan is definitely on my list as well. I also enjoyed visiting Australia. The wildlife and natural beauty were amazing.
Yes, Australia is a beautiful country. And speaking of wildlife, I have to mention my trip to Tanzania where I went on a safari and saw some of the most incredible animals in their natural habitats.
Sounds like an exciting adventure, Bharat. I haven't experienced a safari yet, but it's definitely on my bucket list.
Well, it's great to hear about everyone's travel experiences. It's one of the best ways to learn about the world and gain new perspectives. So, what Minecraft server or method do you guys like the most?
Well, I haven't played Minecraft myself, but I've seen my builders play it and they seem to enjoy the Turkit method.
Believe me, I've played a lot of Minecraft. My favorite server is the Hypixel server. It's got all kinds of games like Skywars, Bedwars, and Build Battle.
I've never played Minecraft either, but from what I've heard, the Feed the Beast mod pack is pretty popular. Have any of you tried that bomb?
I've heard of Feed the Beast, but I don't know much about it.
I've tried it, but I prefer Hypixel. It's got more action and excitement.
Well, maybe I'll have to try out both and see which one I like better. Gentlemen, it's great to have this chance to chat with two former presidents. I was just curious, do either of you have a favorite YouTuber?
Well, Joe, I'm not really someone who spends a lot of time on YouTube, but I have seen a few videos from Logan Paul that I found quite amusing.
Interesting choice, Donald. Personally, I would have to say that I enjoy watching videos from the slow-mo guys. It's fascinating to see everyday things in slow motion.
Gentlemen, I was thinking about building a secret base for protection.
That's a brilliant idea, Joe. I've been thinking about building some amazing redstone contraptions myself.
Well, as the former president, I have some experience with covert operations. What kind of base and contraptions are you thinking about?
I want a base that's impenetrable, but easy to access for our team. Something with multiple entry points and advanced security features /.
And I want my redstone contraption to have all the latest technology. The most advanced moving parts that have ever been seen.
That sounds like a great idea, but we need to make sure everything is done within the law.
Of course, Baruch. We'll follow all the guidelines. But let's focus on the base first.
I agree. I have some great ideas on how to make it bigger and better than anything else out there.
Alright then, let's get to work. We'll start by drawing up some plans and making a list of what we'll need.
/Hey, have you guys been watching anything good lately? /.
I've been rewatching The West Wing. It's a classic. You can't go wrong with it.
/. I don't have time for TV or movies. I work all day, every day. /.
That's understandable, but taking some time off to relax is important too.
I agree with Joe. Sometimes you need to step away from work and enjoy something entertaining. What about you, Joe? Any favorites?
I've been enjoying The Crown on Netflix. It's fascinating to see the inner workings of the British monarchy.
I watched a few episodes of it, but couldn't get into it. I prefer action movies, like Die Hard.
Die Hard is a classic. I remember watching it in the White House with my family during Christmas.
Yeah, Die Hard is great, but sometimes it's nice to switch things up. Have any of you seen The Irishman?
I watched it and I thought it was brilliantly made. Seeing De Niro, Pacino and Pesci together was amazing.
I haven't watched it yet, but it's on my list. I heard it's pretty long though.
It is, but the story is so captivating that you don't even notice the time passing by.
That's what makes a good movie or TV show. It sucks you in and takes you on a journey.
I get that, but I prefer shorter movies so I don't have to dedicate too much time to it.
Hey guys, have you seen this new show called Key and Emblem Tales? It's hilarious.
No, I haven't watched it yet, but I heard it's a cartoon show.
Yes, I've seen it and it's great. It has a great sense of humor and the animation is really well done. It's a show that both kids and adults can enjoy.
Completely agree. I love the characters and how they always go on these wild adventures. Plus, the voice actors are amazing.
Well, I don't really have time for cartoons, but I'll take your word for it, Joe.
You should definitely give it a chance, Donald. It's a good way to unwind after a long day.
Yeah, and it's important to support creators and animators who are making great content.
You're right, Joe. I'll definitely check it out.
It's always great to see people coming together over something as simple as a TV show.
Absolutely. It's the little things that make life worth living. Backslash, I'd love to know from both of you, who was your favorite video game character and why backslash?
Backslash, well, you know, Joe, I'm not really a gamer. But if I had to pick, I'd say it's probably Mario. He's a classic character, and the kids seem to love him. Backslash.
Backslash H&M, I think I'll have to go with Link from The Legend of Zelda. There's just something about the way he uses his sword and shield to defeat enemies that's really satisfying to watch. Plus, the puzzles and the exploration in those games are so much fun. Backslash. Backslash. So, gentlemen, I hear that redstone creations are quite popular in the Minecraft community these days. Do any of you have any experience with it? Backslash.
Backslash, well, let me tell you, Joe, I'm a master at building redstone contraptions. I've built everything from automatic farms to flying machines. It's all about knowing the mechanics and how to use them to your advantage. Backslash.
Backslash, I have to agree with Donald on this one. Redstone can be a bit tricky to get the hang of at first, but once you will understand the basics, the possibilities are endless. I've built some pretty impressive redstone doors and traps in my Minecraft build. Backslash.
Backslash. Wow, that sounds impressive. Could you guys give me some tips on how to get started with redstone? Backslash.
Backslash, well, Joe, I would suggest starting small. Build some simple redstone circuits and experiment with them to see how they work. Once you have a good understanding of the basics, you can start building more complex contraptions. Backslash.
Backslash, and don't be afraid to fail. Redstone can be frustrating at times, but don't give up. Keep experimenting and trying new things until you achieve the result you want. Backslash.
Backslash. Thanks for the advice, gentlemen. I think I'll give redstone a try. Who knows, maybe I'll build something impressive enough to rival the creations of the two of you. Backslash. Hey guys, have you ever played Minecraft?
Of course, I've built some of the most epic structures in survival mode.
I've played a bit, but I'm not exactly an expert.
Well, I've been playing a lot lately and I've been thinking about building some epic structures in survival mode with you guys. What do you think?
Sounds like a fun challenge.
Sure, it will be interesting to see what we come up with.
Okay, so what should we build?
How about the White House?
Been there, done that.
Yeah, that might be a little too easy. How about we build a Great Wall of China?
Big and bold, I like it.
That sounds like a pretty ambitious project, but I'm game.
Alright, let's get started. We'll need to gather resources and come up with some blueprints.
I will start clearing some space.
Hi Donald and Burrow, it's great to see you both. Today I want to know what's your favorite game soundtrack and why.
Well, Joe, I have to say I don't play games much, but I remember playing Grand Theft Auto. The Endless soundtrack was something else. It was exciting and energizing, and I could see why people enjoy listening to it while they drive or work out.
That's an interesting choice, Donald. For me, I have to say the soundtrack for the game Journey really resonated with me. It's a beautiful game, and the music really immerses you in the experience. The composer Austin Wintory did an amazing job.
I have to agree with Barack on this one. Journey's soundtrack is really memorable and evocative. The composer managed to capture the sense of wonder and exploration that the game is all about. It's a stunning piece of work.
Well, you guys have convinced me to try Journey then. It sounds like a great game, and if the soundtrack is really that good, maybe I'll give it a shot.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Today we are going to talk about designing the perfect castle for defense. Mr. Obama, do you have any suggestions?
Yes, I think that the castle should have a moat around it to prevent invaders from easily accessing it.
I totally agree with Mr. Obama. An additional feature, in my opinion, would be having a drawbridge to control who enters and exits the castle.
Those are great suggestions. What about the walls? Should they be made of stone or some other material?
The walls should definitely be made of stone. It is much stronger and harder to penetrate than any other material.
And to make the walls even stronger, we could have a layer of reinforced steel on the inside.
That's an excellent point. What about the towers? How many should we have, and where should they be placed?
I think there should be at least 4 towers. They should be placed on each corner of the castle to provide a 360-degree view of the surroundings.
I completely agree. And to make the towers even more effective, we should equip them with a catapult or a trebuchet to defend against any incoming attacks.
Those are great suggestions. Is there anything else we should consider?
Yes, we should also have an escape out in case of emergency, such as a secret tunnel that leads out of the castle.
So, guys, who's your favorite team or player?
Well, you know me, I love winners. And when it comes to football, the New England Patriots are the best. I mean, Tom Brady is the greatest quarterback of all time.
Sorry to disagree, but I have to go with the Chicago Bears. Growing up in Chicago, I've always been a Bears fan. And Walter Payton was my favorite player.
I'm a big fan of basketball, and my favorite team is the Philadelphia 76ers. Allen Iverson was my favorite player.
Basketball. Come on, Joe, let me tell you about the real sport. Golf. And my favorite player is, of course, Tiger Woods. He's a true champion.
Hey guys, have you heard about the Keon and Tails website?
No, I haven't. What is it?
Yeah, I came across it a few weeks ago. It's a website that promotes positive children's stories that promote diversity and inclusivity.
Exactly. I think it's such a great way to encourage young minds to think critically and embrace a more colored society.
Well, I must say, I'm not a big fan of the so-called cancel culture that's taking over our society. These stories might be seen as too politically correct to some.
I see your point, but I think it's vital to raise our children to embrace differences and celebrate diversity, and this website is doing just that.
I couldn't agree more, Baruch. We need to foster a safe and inclusive environment for all children, and websites like Keon and Tails help us do just that.
Well, I'm still not convinced, but I'll have to check it out for myself.
Hello gentlemen, it's great to have both of you here. Let's talk about one of our favorite topics, sports.
I love sports too. In fact, I own a few sports teams and I used to be a great athlete myself.
That's great to hear, Donald. What's your favorite sports moment?
Oh, that's an easy one. My favorite moment was winning the USFL championship with the New Jersey Generals back in 1984. It was an incredible feeling.
Wow, that sounds amazing. What about you, Baruch? What's your favorite sports moment?
Well, I have to say that my favorite moment wasn't a particular game or highlight. It was just being able to play basketball with my friends and family on a regular basis. It was a great stress reliever during my time in the White House.
I couldn't agree more, Baruch. Playing sports is great for your physical and mental health. For me, my favorite sports moment was when I played in my high school football championship game. We won the game in the last few seconds and it was an amazing feeling.
I have to admit, that's pretty impressive, Joe. Football is a tough sport and winning in the last few seconds is always exciting.
Hey, have you guys heard of this YouTuber called Keon Vincent?
I haven't. What's he all about?
I don't really watch YouTube. I prefer other forms of media.
Well, Keon Vincent is a funny YouTuber who makes these hilarious animations. He takes everyday scenarios and turns them into these wild and crazy stories.
Sounds like fun. What kind of animations does he make?
All sorts of stuff. He's got these really funny skits about political figures too, including all of us.
You mean someone's making fun of me on YouTube? That's disgraceful.
No, Donald. It's so been good fun. We're public figures. We should expect some ribbing every now and then.
Yeah, M. Yonditsit is really talented. His animations are first rate.
I'll have to check him out then. Maybe he can make me look good for once.
Hey guys, great to see both of you.
Hello, Joe.
It's good to be here.
So, I was thinking we could talk about our favorite travel destinations.
That's a great idea, Joe. I love to travel.
Me too.
Alright, let's start with you, Donald. What's your favorite travel destination?
Well, I love Palm Beach, Florida. It's a beautiful place with amazing beaches and great attractions.
Yeah, I have been to Palm Beach, and it's really stunning.
How about you, Baruch? What's your favorite travel destination?
Well, I love to travel to Hawaii. It's one of my favorite places. The people are so friendly, and it has some of the most beautiful scenery in the world.
I have been to Hawaii before, and it's really nice. But I love New York City. It's my favorite place to visit.
I have to agree with you, Donald. New York City is a great place. What about you, Joe? /and Joe Biden. Oh, I love to go to Ireland. My ancestors were from there, and it's a beautiful country with some of the kindest people you'll ever meet.
That sounds amazing, Joe. I've never been to Ireland, but it's definitely on my list.
I've never been to Ireland either, but it sounds like a great place to visit.
Well, thanks for sharing your favorite travel destinations, guys. It was great to hear about them. Hey guys, what basketball team or player is your favorite?
Well, I am a big fan of the Chicago Bulls. Michael Jordan is still my favorite player of all time.
I have to go with the New York Knicks. They may not have the best record, but they're my hometown team.
I have to side with Baruch here. The Bills are my team too back when I used to play basketball in college.
I remember playing basketball with Joe back in the day. We used to bond over our love for the game.
Well, I never really played basketball, so I can't really relate. But I enjoy watching the Knicks play.
Yeah, playing basketball is where I first learned the importance of teamwork and communication. It's a great way to bond with others and build lasting relationships.
That's so true. I also think basketball is a great way to stay active and healthy. It's a fun and engaging way to get some exercise.
Well, I may not be the most athletic person, but I can definitely appreciate the benefits of physical activity.
Absolutely. So, how do you guys think we'll win the championship this year?
Well, it's hard to say. There are so many good teams out there. but I have a feeling the Lakers might take it this year.
I'd agree. The Lakers are definitely a top team. But you never know, anything can happen.
Well, let's just hope for some good games and some healthy competition. Thanks for the chat, guys. Hey Mark and Donald, what games are you currently playing?
I don't really play the video games, Joe. I like to stay focused on important matters.
Oh come on, Donald, you have to have some downtime. I'm currently playing Call of Duty Warzone. It's a great stress reliever for me.
That's a good choice, but I'm more of a chess guy myself. I love the strategy it requires.
Well, if you're talking about strategic thinking, I do enjoy a good game of Monopoly. It's all about making the right deals and coming out on top.
That's a classic game. But have any of you played Animal Crossing? It's been really popular lately and I find it very relaxing.
Animal Crossing. I haven't had that one. Maybe I should really to write /. So, Donald and Baruch, it's a pleasure to be having this conversation about our favorite athletes and team performances. I'm curious to know who you guys think is the best.
Well, Joe, for me, it has always been Michael Jordan. I mean, his performance on the court was simply outstanding. He led the Chicago Bulls to 6 championships. There is no doubt that he is the best athlete of all time.
I agree with Donald that Michael Jordan is an iconic figure and arguably the greatest basketball player ever. However, I have to say, being from Chicago myself, my favorite team performance was the 2005 Chicago White Sox winning World Series. It was a long-awaited moment for the team and the city.
That's interesting, Baruch. As for me, I'm a big fan of Serena Williams. She has been dominating the tennis world for years now and it's amazing to see her play. I always look forward to her matches.
While I respect Serena's accomplishments, I have to say that my favorite team performance was the 1980 US Olympic hockey team winning against the Soviet Union. The team was made up of amateurs but they pulled off one of the greatest upsets in sports history.
Oh, I remember that game. It was a remarkable moment for all of America.
Absolutely. It's great to see how sports have the power to unite people and create unforgettable moments.
You got that right, Joe. And who knows, we might see another thrilling performance in the upcoming Tokyo Olympics.
So, guys, I have to ask, what is everyone's favorite sports team or player?
I'm more of a football guy, and I have to say that the New England Patriots are my team. Brady is a winner, and he knows how to get things done.
That's so well and good, but I have to say that my heart lies with the Philadelphia Eagles. As a Pennsylvania guy, I've always been a fan, and when they won the Super Bowl a few years back, it was a real thrill.
Speaking of football, Joe, didn't you used to play when you were younger?
Yes, I did. I played in high school and I went on to play in college.
Well, I have to say, Joe, I don't think I could have done that. I've always been more of a businessman than an athlete.
Hey, everyone has their strengths, Donald. And I have to say, Joe, I'm impressed. I remember when we played pickup games back in the day, and you always gave it a lot of court.
Hey guys, what are your travel plans for the upcoming vacations?
I can't reveal it yet, Joe, but it's gonna be a huge surprise.
Well, Michelle and I are planning to travel to Europe for a few weeks and visit some of our favorite places.
That sounds awesome, Baruch. Where in Europe are you planning to go?
We're planning to visit Spain, Italy and France. We both love the food, culture and history in those countries.
Well, I'm planning on taking a trip to China. I've always been fascinated by their culture, and I think it's time I explore it in depth.
Wow, that sounds amazing too. You guys are all going to have a great time on your trips. Hey guys, hope you both are doing well. Today, let's talk about our favorite travel destinations or dream vacation spots. So, Baruch, why don't you start?
Sure, Joe, I love tropical destinations and beaches. One of my favorite spots is Hawaii. It's a beautiful place with amazing beaches and scenic views.
Well, Baruch, that's a great choice. I personally love Europe. All the culture and history just fascinates me. I would love to travel to France, Italy and Germany.
Europe sounds amazing, Donald. But for me, I have always wanted to visit the African continent. One of my dream vacations is visiting South Africa. It has a rich cultural heritage, diverse wildlife, and captivating scenery.
I couldn't agree more, Joe. Africa has some of the most beautiful places on earth. I've been to Kenya and Tanzania. They're wonderful too.
So, guys, we all know that gaming is a great way to unwind. What's your favorite gaming console and why?
Well, I don't really have a preference. But my daughter's got me into playing with Nintendo Wii. It's fun, interactive, and keeps me active.
I have to say, PlayStation. I love the graphics and the gunplay. Plus, it's a great stress reliever after a long day at work.
Interesting choices, guys. I personally love the Xbox. I love the exclusive games and the online community. It's just a blast to play with friends and family.
Yeah, that's true. I was never really into video games before, but playing with my kids, I've come to appreciate how much they had evolved over the years.
Hey guys, did you know that the 2006 Honda Civic was named Motor Events / Car of the Year /
I don't really care about that, Joe. I'm more interested in luxury cars.
I think it's impressive that Honda Civic was awarded that title. It's a reliable and affordable car.
Exactly, Barak. It's a great car for families and young professionals.
Well, I have to admit that Honda does make some great cars. I've owned a few Egeras in the past.
I'm not surprised to hear you say that, Donald. Honda's a well-respected automotive brand.
I think we can all agree that the 2006 Honda Civic is an excellent car.
Sure, Joe, whatever you say.
I think we should focus on promoting sustainable and eco-friendly transportation, including hybrid and electric cars like the Honda Insight.
Good afternoon, Donald and Barak. I hope you are both doing well today. Have you both made any plans for upcoming vacations or travels?
Hello, Joe. I actually have a lot of trips planned for this summer. I am going to be visiting my golf resorts in Scotland and Ireland, as well as spending some time at my Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida.
That sounds nice, Donald. I haven't made any concrete plans yet, but I have been thinking about taking my family to Hawaii for a few weeks this summer. We love spending time there and it's a great opportunity for us to disconnect and relax.
Hawaii sounds amazing, Barak. I've been wanting to visit the national parks out west, so I'm planning a road trip with my family. We'll start at Yellowstone and then head to Yosemite, Grand Canyon, and finish off in Glacier National Park.
That sounds like a lot of driving, Joe, but those places are definitely worth visiting once in a lifetime.
I agree, Donald. It's always good to get out and explore all the amazing places our country has to offer.
Yes, and I think it's important for us as leaders to take time off and recharge our batteries. It allows us to come back to work refreshed and ready to tackle the issues facing our country.
I couldn't agree more, Joe. Vacation is essential to stay sharp and focused.
Hello, gentlemen. I wanted to talk about something that's been on my mind lately, the concept of the death of the universe.
I see what you're getting at. Essentially, death is the idea that the universe will eventually reach its state of maximum entropy, where all energy is evenly distributed and nothing can happen.
I'm not really following, to be honest.
Essentially, the universe is like a giant engine, where energy can be transferred from one form to another. However, over time, the amount of usable energy inevitably decreases, until there's nothing left to do anything with.
It's a pretty depressing thought, but it's also fascinating to think about the long-term future of the universe.
Frankly, I'm more focused on the future of our country. We'll deal with the universe when the time comes.
I think what Joe is getting at is that it's important to consider the big picture when making decisions. We can't just think about our short-term gains, but also what the consequences might be in the long run.
Exactly. We need to think about how our actions now will affect future generations, not just here on Earth but also in the grand scheme of the universe.
I hear what you're saying, but let's not forget that our priority should always be the American people. That's why we need to focus on jobs, the economy, and maintaining our position as a global superpower.
I don't disagree, but I'd argue that looking towards the future and considering these big picture concepts can actually help us in achieving those goals.
Yes, I'd agree. Thinking about the heat death of the universe can help us appreciate the incredible complexity and fragility of what we live in.
Well, I think I'll leave you wilted. I've got a lot of work to do.
Alright gentlemen, let's lighten the mood and talk about something fun. What's your favorite video game soundtrack or music track?
As you know, I'm not a huge gamer, but I have to say the music in that Mario game is pretty catchy. My son very loves it.
Mario. That's a classic choice, Mr. President. As for me, I have to go with the Halo 2 soundtrack. The composer, Marty O'Donnell, did an incredible job creating this epic cinematic vibe that perfectly matched the game's action.
Good afternoon, Donald and Baruch. How are you both doing?
I am doing great, Joe. Just preparing for my next trip to Mar-a-Lago.
I am doing well, Joe. Just back from a trip to Europe with Michelle.
That's great to hear. I wanted to discuss some travel plans with you both.
Sure, what do you have in mind, Joe?
Well, I am planning a trip to Europe next month. It will be my first international trip as president.
That sounds exciting, Joe. Where are you planning to visit?
I am hoping to visit France and Germany. I want to meet with our allies and discuss the challenges we face globally.
That's a good idea, Joe. I did a similar trip as president, and it was very beneficial.
Yes, international trips are crucial to building and strengthening relationships with our allies and partners.
Exactly. I also wanted to check if you both had any recommendations or tips for traveling as a president.
Well, Joe, I always make sure to have my own personal security detail when traveling, and I would recommend you do the same.
I would second that, Joe. Safety is a top priority when traveling as a president.
That's great advice. Thank you, Donald and Baruch, for your input. I'm looking forward to this trip, and I hope to continue the tradition of building strong relationships with our allies through travel. Hey guys, it's great to sit down and chat with my fellow former presidents. I'm curious, what's your favorite travel destination?
Well, Joe, I've been all over the world, but I have to say my favorite is probably my own Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. Beautiful place, tremendous beach, and the medicine golf courses.
I have to say, Donald, that sounds pretty nice, but I've always been a fan of Hawaii. I have some great memories of spending time with my family there and enjoying the natural beauty of the islands.
I can't argue with either of those choices. but if I had to pick a favorite, I think I'd go with Italy. The food, the culture, the architecture, it's just an incredible country to explore and experience. So, gentlemen, what are your favorite travel destinations?
Well, Joe, I have to say that my favorite is definitely Mar-a-Lago. It's beautiful, luxurious, and weather is always perfect.
I may have to disagree with you there, Donald. While I respect your love for Mar-a-Lago, my favorite travel destination is Hawaii. The natural beauty, delicious food, and laid-back culture made it the perfect getaway for me.
I have to say, I'm partial to Ireland. My family comes from there, and it's always been a dream of mine to visit. I hope to make it there soon.
That's actually on my bucket list too, Joe. Maybe we can plan a trip together.
And me. It would be great to hit the pubs and explore the countryside together.
Sounds like a plan. We'll have to make sure to include some sightseeing and golfing to keep everyone happy. Hey guys, have you been following the Super League?
Yeah, Joe, it's been all over the news. What do you think about it?
It's a total disaster. I mean, who's even winning the league?
I think it's still too early to tell, Donald. But what's important is that these top football clubs are staying true to the spirit of the game and not sacrificing their integrity for financial gain.
I couldn't agree more, Joe. The idea of creating a closed league is antithetical to the sport's values.
You guys just not get it. The Super League would have been huge. It would have made me a lot of money.
Mr. President, football is more than just a financial opportunity, it's a source of community and national pride. We need to ensure that it remains accessible and inclusive for everyone.
Absolutely right, Joe. And let's not forget the impact it has on our youth. Football can inspire future generations to overcome obstacles and strive for greatness.
Hey guys, how are you doing today? I wanted to ask you both about your favorite NFL draft picks of all time.
Well, Joe, as someone who owned an NFL team, I can tell you that my favorite draft pick was definitely Tom Brady.
I have to admit, as a Bears fan, my favorite pick was Brad Herliper. He was a force on the field and a great leader for the team.
Those are both great picks, but I have to say, my favorite was Reggie White. He was a powerhouse on the field and a great person off the field too.
I can't argue with that, Joe. Reggie White was definitely one of the all-time greats.
Absolutely. And I think that's one thing we can all agree on. The NFL has had some really amazing picks over the years.
Good evening, gentlemen. Why don't we talk about building roller coasters tonight?
That sounds like a terrible idea, Joe. We should be talking about how to fix the economy.
Donald, we can discuss other issues later. Let's indulge Joe's idea for now.
Thank you, Baruch. Roller coasters are a great way to bring tourists and create jobs. What are your thoughts, Donald?
Well, Joe, I think it's a great idea as long as we make sure that they're safe and up to standards. We don't want to risk anyone's lives just for the sake of building something exciting.
I agree with Donald. Safety should be our top priority. But let's not forget about the creativity and innovation that goes into building roller coasters. It would be a great way to showcase American ingenuity.
Absolutely, Baruch. We can also invite architects and engineers from all over the country to collaborate in this project. It would be a great opportunity for them.
I'm still not convinced, Joe. How do we know that these roller coasters will really benefit the economy?
Well, Donald, we can conduct feasibility and economic studies to ensure that this project will generate revenue for the local community. It's a win-win situation.
And think about all the fun families we'll have riding these coasters. It's an entertainment option that will boost tourism and make our country an even more attractive place to visit.
I see your point, Joe. Maybe it's not such a bad idea after all.
So, are we all on board to create a team to work on this project?
Good morning, guys. Hope you're both doing well. I thought we could have a chat about our travel plans for the upcoming year. I'll go first. As the president-elect, I'll be visiting several countries to meet with leaders and strengthen diplomatic relations. I'll also be attending some international conferences.
That sounds great, Joe. I'll be traveling to my golf courses around the world and attend some business meetings.
Wow, that's quite interesting. I am planning on going on a trip to Kenya, my father's ancestral home. I've been looking forward to visiting the country ever since I left office.
That's incredible, Baruch. I'd love to hear about your experience in Kenya when you get back.
Of course, Joe, I'd also like to plan a trip with my family to some national parks in the United States. I believe it is important to explore and appreciate the beauty of our country.
Alright, gentlemen, let's talk RPGs. What's your favorite character and class to play?
People forget that I used to be a big gamer in my younger years. I love playing as a rogue with lots of agility. I like to be the sneaky one.
Interesting, when I played I always liked to be the wizard. There's something satisfying about using your intellect to outsmart your opponent.
I have to say, I'm more of a warrior myself. I like to get in there and do some damage, but I also like to have a bit of healing ability to keep my team going.
That's the thing about RPGs. There are so many different ways to play and it really depends on your style. But the important thing is to always have fun.
Absolutely. And it's also about working together as a team, even if you have different roles. That's a lesson we can all take to heart, both in games and in life.
But hey guys, have you been following the sports lately?
Of course, I mean who hasn't. I always keep an eye on my favorite teams and their performance.
Same here, I have been keeping tabs on the NFL.
So, what are your thoughts on the current season so far?
Well, I must say the Lakers have been impressive in this season. LeBron James is performing great this season.
I beg to differ. I think the Brooklyn Nets have been dominating this season, and Kevin Durant is killing it.
I think both teams are doing great, but have any of you been following the NFL?
Oh yes, as a Chicago, I am a huge fan of the Bears, and I have to say they are not doing too well this season.
I am a big fan of the Patriots, and I am quite disappointed with their performance this season.
Well, as a Philadelphia Eagles fan, I think they are doing their best and I am proud of them.
I think we can all agree that sports can bring us together, even if we don't always support the same teams.
Hi Donald, hi Baruch, how are you guys doing?
I'm doing fantastic, Joe. Great to see you. Hey Baruch, how's life as an ex-president greeting you?
Pretty good, Don. I'm staying busy. So, Joe, what brings you here today?
Actually, I wanted to talk to you guys about sports D rankings and statistics. Do you guys follow any teams?
Absolutely, I'm a big fan of.
Patriots. They have a great quarterback in Tom Brady and always seem to do well in the playoffs.
Personally, I'm a Chicago Bulls fan. Michael Jordan was always my favorite player growing up.
Those are both great teams, but you know who's been doing really well lately? The Golden State Warriors. They've got an incredible lineup, with Steph Curry leading the charge.
I don't know, Joe. I think the Patriots are still the best team in any sport.
Well, statistics would suggest that the Warriors have been the most dominant team in recent years. They set a record for most wins in a single season, and they won 3 championships since 2015.
That's true, but of course, stats don't always tell the whole story. There's something to be said for intangibles like leadership and teamwork.
I'd agree with you there, Joe. Tom Brady may not have the best physical abilities, but he's a real leader on the field.
And Michael Jordan was the same way. He always knew how to inspire his teammates and get everyone working together towards a common goal.
You guys make great points. At the end of the day, whether it's in politics or sports, it's all about working together and achieving success as a team.
Absolutely. And it's always great to have a little healthy competition, to push each other to be our best.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, thanks for asking. How about you guys?
I'm doing pretty good.
That's great to hear. So, I was wondering if you guys have a favorite vacation destination.
Well, I love Mar-a-Lago down in Florida. It's a beautiful spot, great golf courses, and fantastic beaches.
I have to say Hawaii is my favorite. I am from there, and there's nothing like the beaches and weather.
Personally, I'm a big fan of the Delaware Shore. The peacefulness and tranquility of the ocean is just unparalleled.
Well, Joe, I have to say, compared to my Mar-a-Lago or even Hawaii, the Delaware Shore seems a bit boring.
That's not rude, Donald. I've been to the Delaware Shore, and it's beautiful there.
That's right, Baruch. And sometimes, peace and quiet is exactly what you need. Hi, Donald. Hi, Baruch. I was just curious to know your thoughts on ranking up in ranked matches or tournaments.
Well, Joe, I think it's all about having the right strategy. You need to know your opponent's weaknesses and exploit them to your advantage.
I agree with Donald to an extent, but I also think it comes down to practice and perseverance. You have to put in the time and effort to get better.
That makes sense. Have either of you ever competed in a ranked match or tournament?
Of course, Joe, I've competed in all sorts of competitions throughout my life, and I've always strived to be the best.
I've also competed in a few tournaments in my younger days. It's always a challenge to perform well under pressure.
Well, I haven't had much experience in competitive gaming, but I think it's fascinating how much it has grown over the years. Do you think it could be considered a legitimate sport someday?
Absolutely, Joe. Esports are already widely recognized and are quickly becoming more mainstream. I won't be surprised to see it in the Olympics someday.
Well, I may not be a gamer myself, but I have to say I always enjoyed watching my grandkids play Mario. I mean, who doesn't love an Italian plumber who's always saving the princess ?
I'm a big fan of Sonic the Hedgehog. I mean, he's fast, he's blue, and he's over just like me .
I have to say, I always loved playing as Master Chief in Halo. He's a real hero, always fighting for what's right and protecting humanity from the Covenant .
That's a good one, Baruch. But personally, I think Link from The Legend of Zelda is the best video game character. He's a brave adventurer who's always saving the relenting now again and . Hey guys, have you both played any games recently?
Yes, I have tried my hand at a few games, but I am not very good at them.
I love gaming. I have tried to keep up with the latest technology and equipment to get the best gaming experience.
That's great, Baruch. So what do you think is the best equipment for gaming?
Well, it depends on what you want. For example, a powerful gaming PC with a good graphics card and processor is essential. It can handle high-end games and provide a smooth and lag-free experience.
That sounds complicated. What about just a game console like PlayStation or Xbox?
Both of those options are great too. If you prefer console gaming, you can get a great experience with a PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series X. They have impressive graphics and performance.
What about the accessories like the keyboard, mouse, or controller?
For a PC, the gaming keyboard and mouse are ideal. They are more responsive and comfortable to use. For consoles, it's all about the controller. Many gamers prefer a high-quality third-party controller rather than one that comes with the console.
I think I will stick to the console gaming option. I just need something simple.
I agree. It sounds like a console is a more straightforward option.
Ultimately, it comes down to personal preference. But with right equipment, gaming can be an immersive and enjoyable experience.
Thanks for the advice, Barav. Maybe a lot of gaming at right. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I hope this meeting finds you doing well. As we all know, the pandemic has affected our daily routines and travel plans, among other aspects of our lives. How have you guys been coping with restrictions?
Thanks for asking. The pandemic has disrupted our travel plans just like everyone else's. We had to cancel our summer getaway and have been taking necessary precautions while traveling.
Of course, I have been incredibly busy too, but I still managed to squeeze in some trips here and there with my team, all while following proper protocols and guidelines.
That's great to hear. I've been limiting my travel and staying close to home as much as possible. It's important to follow the guidelines and set a good example for the public.
Absolutely, Joe. And it's crucial to recognize that while we're eager to go back to our regular travel times, we need to remain vigilant and patient until the pandemic is under control.
I couldn't agree more, Barav. It's a challenging time for us all, but I believe we'll come out of this together and stronger than ever.
Well said, Donald. We all need to continue to work together to overcome this pandemic. Hopefully, we'll travel again soon, but until then, we should prioritize the safety of ourselves and others. Alright gentlemen, let's take a break from politics and talk about some happy memories. I want to share their favorite childhood memory.
I'll go first. One of my favorite childhood memories was when my father took me to Yankee Stadium to watch a game. That feeling of being in the stadium, the smell of the hot dogs, the cheering crowd, it was just amazing.
That sounds like a great memory, Donald. For me, one of my favorite childhood memories was when my family took a road trip to Yellowstone National Park. It was so fun exploring the different trails and seeing all wildlife.
Those are both great memories. For me, one of my favorite childhood memories was when my grandfather took me fishing for the first time. It wasn't just about catching the fish, It was about spending time with my grandpa and bonding over something we both enjoyed.
I can definitely relate to the bonding experience. My father and I had a similar connection when it came to sports. It's those moments that you'll never forget.
Absolutely. It's those memories that stay with us forever and remind us of the simple joys in life.
Well said, Baruch. I think it's important to take a break and reflect on those happy moments, especially during these divisive times. It's great to see both of you. Today, let's talk about a fun topic, your favorite video game character or protagonist. But why don't you start?
Thanks, Joe. I used to love playing Street Fighter when I was younger. My favorite character was Ryu. He was always the one I chose whenever I played with my friends.
I don't play the video games much, but back in the day, I used to love playing Donkey Kong. My favorite character was obviously the main character, Donkey Kong.
That's great. My favorite video game character has to be Mario from Super Mario Bros. He's just such a classic and fun character. I used to love trying to save the princess with him.
I'd agree, Joe. Mario is definitely a classic. And speaking of classic characters, what about Sonic the Hedgehog? Did any of you guys love playing that game?
I never played it, but I do know who Sonic is. He's a blue hedgehog, right?
Yes, that's correct. Sonic was a classic during our childhood days, Baruch. Hello, Donald and Baruch. Thank you for joining me today to discussing effective building techniques for making efficient farms.
Happy to be here, Joe. I know a lot about building efficient structures, so I think I could offer some valuable insights.
Hi, Joe and Donald. Great to be part of this conversation. When it comes to building techniques for farms, there's a lot we can do to improve efficiency.
Absolutely. One of the biggest challenges we face is reducing waste and conserving resources while maximizing the yield. That's why I think we need to explore new materials and methods that will help us achieve those goals.
I think we should focus on modular design and prefabrication. By building components off-site, we can save time and money, and ensure quality control.
While that's a good point, Donald, we also need to think about sustainability. That means using renewable resources, incorporating energy-efficient designs, and reducing our carbon footprint.
I agree, Baruch. We need to think long-term and prioritize the health of our planet. That's why I'm excited about the potential of vertical farming and hydroponic systems.
I'm not sure about all that. I think we should stick with traditional methods that have worked for generations.
Respectfully, Donald, I think we need to adapt and evolve to meet the challenges we face today. By embracing new techniques and technologies, we can build smarter, more efficient farms that will benefit everyone.
Well said, Baruch. And I think with our combined expertise and insights, we can develop a comprehensive plan that will help farmers across the country thrive. Hey guys, thanks for joining me today. I was curious to hear about your favorite game character builds. Mine has always been Liquid Warrior in World of Warcraft.
I never really got into gaming, but I've heard my grandkids talk about Fortnite. I guess their favorite build is some kind of stealthy ninja.
Hello, I love gaming. My favorite character build is in Elder Scrolls V. Skyrim. I like to play as a mage, and I focus on destruction spells and reanimation of dead enemies to fight alongside me.
Wow, that's interesting, Baruch. I've always been more of a melee guy myself, but I can appreciate the power of a good mage.
Honestly, I never really understood the appeal of video games. I prefer life achievements, like building huge hotels and golf courses.
Well, Donald, video games are just another way to exercise your creativity and problem-solving skills. And who knows, maybe you'll find a game that you enjoy.
Yeah, Donald, it can be a great stress reliever to do. Maybe you should give it a shot.
We'll see. Maybe I'll start with some kind of business simulation game. I do love a good challenge.
Hey guys, have you ever built a tree house or a castle?
I don't know, Joe. I've never been one for my new Bauer, but I'm sure we could make it happen.
I used to love building forts as a kid. It's always fun to create something from scratch.
Well, I was thinking we could all pitch in and build a tree house or a castle for our grandchildren to play it.
That sounds like a great idea, but we'll need to make sure it's big enough for everyone.
I'd agree. We could make it a group project and get everyone involved in the building process.
It could be a great way for us to bond and work together on something fun.
I like the sound of it. We don't have the most innovative and luxurious tree house or castle in the neighborhood.
Let's get started then. We can assign each of us a certain aspect of the design and construction process.
And let's not forget about safety. We want to make sure it's sturdy enough for the kids to play it.
Agreed. We'll need to take our time and make sure it's done right.
So, guys, have any of you planned any upcoming travel trips or adventures?
Well, Joe, I always travel in style. I recently bought a new private jet and plan on taking a trip to some exotic location with my family soon.
That sounds amazing, Donald. But for me, I've always wanted to take a road trip across America with my family. Just visit little towns, meet everyday people, and enjoy their stories.
Wow, Baruch, that sounds great. As for me, I've been thinking about going to Europe and exploring its vibrant culture, history, and architecture.
Laughing, thanks for the offer, Donald, but I'll stick to my road trip. And I have to say, Joe, Europe sounds like a great choice. Have you considered visiting some of the locations like Dubrovnik or Helsinki?
Smiling, Thanks, Baruch. I'll surely take note of it. So, when do we all plan to take these trips?
Chuckles, I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty free these days. Let's take a trip together.
Hey guys, it's great to be here with both of you. The football season is finally here. How do you think we'll take a trophy home this year?
Well, Joe, I have to say that my money is on the Patriots. I've always been a fan of Tom Brady, and he's simply unstoppable.
I have to disagree with you there, Donald. I think the Kansas City Chiefs have a real chance this year. Their offense is looking pretty strong, and Patrick Mahomes is just getting better and better.
HMM, interesting. I think I'm going to have to go with the Seattle Seahawks this year. Russell Wilson is a great quarterback and they have a solid defense.
I mean, the Seahawks are fine, but they just don't have the same kind of star power that the Patriots do. Plus, Bill Belichick is a genius coach.
But it's not just about the stars, Donald. It's about the team as a whole. And I think the Chiefs have a lot of great players working together to make some big plays.
Well, we'll see who's right at the end of the season. But at least we can all agree that football brings people together and is a great American pastime. Good evening, gentlemen. I would like to know your favorite sports team.
Well, Joe, I have always been a huge fan of the New York Yankees. They're a great team with a great history.
I have to say, Donald, I'm more of a basketball guy. My favorite team is the Chicago Bulls. Michael Jordan was just an incredible player to watch.
That's interesting, Baruch. For me, I have to go with the Philadelphia Eagles. I've been a fan since I was a kid, and I've always admired their strength and perseverance.
Chuckles, well, I guess we have to agree to disagree on that one, Joe. But in the end, it's all about the love of the game, right?
Absolutely, Donald. Sports have a unique way of bringing people together and creating a sense of community.
I couldn't agree more, Baruch. And as president, I plan to use sports to help bring the country together and promote unity. Hey guys, I have been thinking about planning a vacation soon. What about you both?
Oh, I love traveling. I've been planning to visit Italy with my family.
Well, for me, I'd like to visit the Swiss Alps and stay at a luxurious hotel.
Italy sounds amazing, Baruch. I love the food and culture there.
Yes, it's one of my favorite places to visit. Maybe we can plan a trip together.
Swiss Alps are so picturesque and breathtaking. It's on my bucket list for a while.
That sounds great, Baruch. And Donald, a trip to the Swiss Alps will be fantastic. I've been there, and it was incredible.
We should make a plan soon, so we can all get together.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Today, let's talk about travel and the places we have visited. Mr. Crumb, why don't you start?
Sure, Joe. I have visited many beautiful places around the world. One of my favorites is Mar-a-Lago in Florida, a luxurious resort that is really magnificent. I have also visited Dubai and Qatar, where I made many successful business deals.
I have had the privilege of visiting many countries as well, both as a private citizen and as president. One of my most memorable trips was to Kenya, where I visited my ancestral home and met with family members. I have also been fortunate enough to visit France, Japan, and Australia, among others.
That's impressive, Maruk. I have also traveled extensively throughout my career. I have spent a lot of time in Italy and Ireland, the home countries of my ancestors. I have also visited Afghanistan and Iraq to meet with American troops and assess the situation on the ground.
Well, it seems like you are always dabbling, Joe. But let me tell you, I have also visited England, China, and Russia, among other countries.
Traveling is a wonderful opportunity to learn about different cultures and people from around the world. I am grateful for the opportunities I have had to travel and meet with leaders from other countries.
I couldn't agree more, Maruk. It's important to experience other cultures and to learn from them. It helps us understand the world a little bit better.
I think we can all agree that travel is important, but we all have different reasons for going places. For me, it's about doing business and making deals.
So, guys, which team or player are you rooting for this season?
Well, Joe, I got to say I'm a big fan of Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They're really going it this season.
I have to agree with Donald on this one. Brady and the Bucks are really impressive. But as a Chicago, I always have a soft spot for the Bears.
That's cool. I'm more of a basketball guy myself. LeBron James and the Lakers have been dominating lately.
LeBron James? Really, Joe? I don't think he's as great as everyone says.
I have to disagree with you there, Donald. LeBron is a legend in the making.
Absolutely. And let's not forget about Steph Curry and the Warriors. They've been potting up some insane numbers this season.
Well, I'm sticking with my original choice. The Bucks and Tom Brady are on fire this season.
Hey guys, how's it going? Are you making any vacation plans for the summer?
Yeah, I'm thinking about heading down to Mar-a-Lago for a few weeks. You know, play some golf, relax, the usual.
That sounds nice, Doc. I'm planning on taking my family to Hawaii, spend some time on the beach, maybe do some hiking.
I haven't made any plans yet, but I'm considering taking a road trip with my wife Jill. Maybe visit some national parks and historic sites across the country.
That's not a bad idea, Joe, but you know, I think a resort like mine is much more luxurious and comfortable.
Luxury is not always the priority, but sometimes, experiences like road trips create memories that last a lifetime.
Exactly, Bharat. Plus, exploring the great outdoors and learning about our country's history can be refreshing and educational.
Well, I still think you guys are missing out on the finer things in life. But hey, to each their own.
We just have different preferences, but we can all agree that a break from work and politics is much needed, especially in these times.
Agreed. And who knows, maybe we run into each other on our travels. Hey guys, how are you both doing?
Hi Joe. I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm fantastic, Joe. Thanks for asking.
That's awesome to hear. So, since we're all here together, I thought it would be fun if we discussed our favorite video game soundtracks or hosts. What do you guys think?
I'm always down for a good conversation about the video games. One of my all-time favorite soundtracks is the one from Super Mario Bros. It's so iconic and really gets you in the mood to play.
I actually agree with that, Bobum. The Super Mario Bros. Soundtrack is definitely a classic. But I'm more of a fan of the music from the Call of Duty franchise. The intense beats really pump me up and give me energy.
Interesting choices, guys. For me, I love the soundtrack from The Legend of Zelda. Ocarina of Time. It's so beautiful and really sets the mood for the game.
HMM, I haven't played a lot of video games, but I do remember liking the music from the original Sonic the Hedgehog. It's so catchy and upbeat.
That's a great thing, Donald. Sonic has some really great music. Well, I think we all have some pretty good taste in video game soundtracks. This was a fun conversation. Hello Donald and Burrow, it's nice to see you both again. So, let's talk about our favorite travel destinations. Mine would definitely have to be Rome, Italy. The rich history and amazing food made it a must-see spot for me.
Well, Joe, I don't think you can beat the Trump Tower in Manhattan as a destination. The finest view of the city, and it has always been one of my favorite places.
While I do love New York, my favorite destination has to be Hawaii. The crystal clear waters are something to marvel at and the people are incredibly welcoming. Plus, I always feel a sense of peace when I'm there.
That sounds like an amazing spot, Burrow. I've never been there myself, but it's definitely on my bucket list.
I've been there, it's not bad. But I prefer places more glamorous, like Dubai. The Burj Khalifa is an architectural masterpiece, and there are so many high-end shops and activities to do.
That's not really my style. But hey, everyone has their own preferences. Traveling is all about finding the places that speak to us individually.
That's so true. There are so many great destinations out there, it's all about finding the spot that resonates with you personally. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I was thinking that it would be nice to chat about some travel destinations we would like to visit someday. Any ideas?
Well, Joe, I think one of the most beautiful places in the world is Mar-a-Lago down in Florida.
I couldn't agree less, Donald. I would much rather visit the Maldives, where the beaches are stunning and the water is crystal clear.
The Maldives sounds amazing. I personally would love to visit Ireland, where my ancestors are from. The Rowan reveals them historic castles would be a sight to see.
Ireland is a nice place, Joe, but have you ever been to one of my golf courses? They're the best in the world.
Actually, Donald, I would prefer to visit the Grand Canyon. It's a natural wonder and the views must be breathtaking.
That's an excellent choice, Barak. The Grand Canyon has been on my bucket list for a while now.
Well, I guess we all have different preferences. Personally, I would stick to my properties around the world.
To each their own, Donald.
Yes, but regardless of where we choose to go, it's the experience and memories that matter the most. Well, gentlemen, I believe we need a little break from politics. Let's discuss something fun. What are some of your favorite games or characters?
I've always been a big fan of Monopoly. You know, I'm a very successful businessman, and Monopoly is the ultimate game of winning in the business world. And my favorite character, well, I have to say it's myself, of course.
Chuckles, that doesn't come as a surprise, Donald. As for me, I've always loved playing basketball. It's not really a game with a character, but if I had to pick one, it would be Michael Jordan, no doubt.
Basketball is great, Barak. For me, I've always been a fan of board games, especially Scrabble. I love webs, and it's a great way to spend time with family and friends. As for a character, well, I think I have to go with Captain America. He embodies the American spirit and represents all that we stand for as a nation. Hello, gentlemen. It's good to be gathered here with fellow sports enthusiasts. Did you guys catch any games recently?
Yeah, I watched the Super Bowl, and I was rooting for my whole team, the Patriots. But unfortunately, they lost.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Donald. But as you know, my favorite team is the Chicago Bulls, and they've been doing quite well this season.
I'm with you, Barak. I've always been a fan of the Philadelphia Eagles. Their game against the Patriots in the Super Bowl a few years back was incredible.
Wait a minute, Joe. You're telling me you're a fan of the Eagles, the same team that then taunted me during the 2016 campaign?
Laughs. Well, Donald, let's just say our political differences are separate from our love of sports.
Exactly. Sports is a great way to unite people from different backgrounds and perspectives. And whether it's basketball, football, or any other sport, we can all appreciate a good game and the athleticism of the players.
So, I understand we're here to talk about fantasy football draft picks.
You got that right, Joe. I got a real winning strategy this year.
Well, I hope you're ready to take some friendly competition, Donald. I've been doing my research.
Gentlemen, I'm thrilled to be discussing this with you. Who are your top picks for the season?
Well, I'm liking Lamar Jackson as my first round pick. He had an incredible season last year and I think he's going to continue to dominate.
I definitely can't disagree with that, but I think I might go with Patrick Mahomes. He's got that heart and he knows how to lead his team.
You know, I have to say, I'm a little more partial to Christian McCaffrey. He's a versatile player and I think he's going to have a big season.
You might have a point there, Joe, but I'm still sticking with Jackson. He's got the speed and he's a real game changer.
I'd agree, but Mahomes is a proven winner. He's got that clutch factor that we want in a quarterback.
Either way, I think we're in for a great season of fantasy football. Thanks for the great discussion, guys. Donald, Barrow, have you ever thought about building a castle with hidden rooms and defenses?
Of course, yeah, I've built the best castles with the most incredible defenses.
Well, I've never built a castle, but I have to say, I'm intrigued. What kind of hidden rooms and defenses are you talking about, Joe?
Well, imagine a secret room behind a bookshelf, or a hidden passage that leads you to the castle's outer wall.
That sounds stuff, Joe. I'm thinking more along the lines of a moat that can be filled with elevators, or a drawbridge that can be electrified.
Wow, that sounds like something out of the movies. But I have to say, I'm not sure how effective those defenses would be in real life.
I agree with Barrow. We need to think more practically. How about a network of underground tunnels, or a system of preppers that can be activated from a central control room?
I like the sound of that, Joe, but we also need to be able to defend ourselves from an attack. I'm thinking archers on the walls, or secret passages that allow us to sneak up on our enemies.
You know, this conversation started out as a hypothetical one, but now I'm starting to think that we should actually build a castle with hidden rooms and defenses.
So, guys, I have to ask, what's your favorite mod, plugin, or resource pack for Minecraft
I'm not really a Minecraft guy, Joe. I prefer more upscale games, like Golf Resort Tycoon. But if I had to pick, I would say the Anti-3 resource pack. It really brings out the chaos in the game.
I see. Well, I have to say that I'm a big fan of Optifine. It just makes everything look so much crisper and smoother, you know.
Yes, Optifine. I've heard good things about it. Personally, I'm a fan of the Biomes of Plenty mod. It adds so much diversity to the game and really makes exploration exciting.
I don't know what you two are talking about, honestly. I don't have time for games. I'm a businessman.
That's okay, Donald. To each their own. But it's important to make time for leisure activities and hobbies, you know.
Exactly. Plus, Minecraft can be a great stress reliever and a fun way to unwind after a long day of work. Hi guys, it's great to see you both. So, I wanted to talk about travel memories or future plans. I want to start.
I'll start. As the former president, I've had the privilege of traveling to many places around the world. One of my favorite memories was when I visited Kenya, where my father was born. The people are so welcoming, and it was a deeply emotional experience for me to connect with my roots.
That's great, Bharat. I've also had some incredible travel experiences. I remember when I went to Scotland to open my golf course there. It was a fantastic event, and the whole country welcomed me with open arms.
That sounds like a great trip, Donald. I've traveled to many places around the world, but I have to say that my favorite memories are from my trips to Italy. The food, the culture, and the people are just incredible.
I couldn't agree more, too. Italy is definitely a favorite for me too. Michelle and I have been talking about going back there soon.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. It's great to have both of you here. I'd like to start off with a fun question. Who is your favorite sports team or athlete?
Well, Joe, you know me. I'm a big fan of winners, so I support the New England Patriots and Tom Brady. He's a champion and winner, just like me.
I have to disagree with you there, Donald. As a Chicago guy, I support the Chicago Bulls and Michael Jordan. He's a legend and he led the Bulls to 6 championships.
Those are great picks, gentlemen. Personally, I'm a big fan of the Philadelphia Eagles and Carson Wentz. They finally won the Super Bowl in 2018 and Wentz is a great quarterback.
I have to give you credit there, Joe. The Eagles had a great season and Wentz is a talented player. But let's be honest, the Patriots are still the best team in the league.
Hi guys, it's good to see both of you. Do you have any travel plans next year?
Well, Joe, even though I'm not in White House anymore, I still plan on doing a lot of traveling. I will probably be heading down to Mar-a-Lago in Florida for a bit, and I might do a few rallies across the country.
Yeah, I think I'll be traveling quite a bit next year as well. I'm planning a trip to Europe, maybe to catch some of the major football matches there. And I want to travel to Africa with Michelle and visit some of the schools we've built with our foundation.
That sounds great, Mark. As for me, I'll probably have to stay closer to home. I'm hoping to visit some of the national parks with my grandkids, and maybe take a trip up to Delaware to see some old friends.
Joe, you should come visit me at Mar-a-Lago. It's a beautiful resort with great golf courses.
Hey there, guys. It's great to chat with both of you. Have you guys thought about your favorite travel destination or dream vacation spot?
Well, you know me, Joe. I am a big fan of golf, so any destination that has a great golf course is good for me. But if I have to pick one, I would say my favorite place to travel is my own property, Mar-a-Lago in Florida. It's just stunning.
That's great. For me, it's all about connecting with nature. I'm an outdoorsy person, so my favorite travel destination is definitely Hawaii. The beaches, the mountains, and the rainforests are absolutely breathtaking.
Oh, I see. That's why you're always in great shape, Butter. As for me, my dream vacation would be going to Ireland. I have ancestral roots there, and I've always wanted to explore the countryside and enjoy the local culture.
That's cool, Joe. You know, I've never been to Ireland myself, but I hear it's pretty rainy and cold. Why would you want to go there?
Well, the weather may not be perfect, but I love the Irish people and the music, which is right up my alley. Plus, I imagine myself sitting in a cozy pub by the fire, sipping on my favorite Irish whiskey, and enjoying the company of good friends. Hi Donald and Baruch, how are you both doing today?
Very well, Joe. And you?
Doing great, thanks Joe.
I was just thinking about how amazing some of the structures and creations we have built throughout history are. What are some of your favorites?
Well, I have to say the Golden Gate Bridge is definitely up there for me. Its such an iconic symbol of engineering and design.
That's a good one, Baruch. But for me, it's all about the skyscrapers. I love seeing how high we can build, and the Burj Khalifa is definitely a masterpiece in that regard.
That's true, but for me, I think the Hoover Dam is pretty remarkable. It's been providing hydroelectric power for almost a century now, and it's still going strong.
I agree, Joe, and when it comes to international structures, I have to say the Great Mall of China is definitely a marvel of engineering. It's so incredibly long, and the fact that it was built centuries ago is really impressive.
I can't argue with that, Baruch. But when it comes to modern construction, I think the Ponte in Dubai is one of the most incredible creations out there.
A lot of these structures are really epic and a tribute of human ingenuity. It's amazing to see what we can accomplish when we put our minds to it. Gentlemen, I had a proposal that is sure to bring us closer together. How about we build a castle or house together?
Well, you know I know a thing or two about building. I've built the best buildings in the world. I'd love to lend my expertise.
I think that's a great idea, Joe. Building something together will be a perfect way to put our skills to the test and create something meaningful.
Excellent. Now, we have to decide on the style of building we want to construct. Do we want to go for a classic European castle or a modern mansion?
Personally, I think we should go for something grand and classic, like a castle. It'll be a showstopper.
I like that idea, but I also think we should make sure it's energy efficient. Let's make sure it's a clean and green castle for the modern era.
Absolutely. And we'll have to consider a location too. Do we want to build it somewhere tropical like Hawaii or someplace more traditional?
I say we go big or go home. Let's build it in the middle of New York City, where it can be seen by everyone.
While I appreciate the idea, Donald, I think we should consider something more peaceful like the countryside. The fresh air and green surroundings may help inspire us.
Good points from both of you. Let's take all these into consideration and make this a collaborative effort you will all be proud of. Hey guys, how are you doing?
Hey Drew, what is up?
Hey, Joe, great to see you.
I thought we could chat today about recent game and match results. Did you guys catch any games over the weekend?
I watched a bit of football on Sunday. The Patriots lost, which I wasn't happy about.
The Lakers and Celtics played on Sunday, too. It was a great game. Did you catch that one, Joe?
I didn't get a chance to, unfortunately. I won.
The Lakers came out on top.
I heard the ratings for the game were terrible.
Donald always has to bring politics into everything.
Let's just enjoy the conversation, guys. Baruch, did you watch the Super Bowl?
Of course. I was rooting for the Chiefs, and I was thrilled when they won.
I think the whole thing was rigged, to be honest.
Let's not go there, Donald. I think we can all appreciate a good game, regardless of who wins.
Well said, Joe. As long as it's a fair game, the best team will come out on top.
Hey guys, how have your travel experiences been?
Well, Joe, as a former president, I've had some pretty amazing travel experiences. I've been to over 50 countries and met countless incredible people.
Yeah, I've traveled quite a bit too. I've been to Europe, Asia, and all throughout the Middle East. I love luxury travel and staying in the best hotels.
That sounds amazing. Do you have a favorite travel memory?
One of my favorite memories was visiting the Great Wall of China. It was such an incredible experience to see such an incredible feat of human engineering.
One of my favorite memories was when I was in Tokyo and got to ride the bullet train. It was a very high-speed and exhilarating ride.
Sounds like you guys have had some really incredible experiences. I've always wanted to visit Australia and see the Great Barrier Reef.
That's a fantastic idea, Joe. I've been there and it's absolutely stunning.
Hey guys, did you see the new pictures of me in Europe? I have to say, traveling around the continent, meeting leaders and visiting historic sites is one of my favorite things to do.
Europe is overrated, Joe. I prefer heading down to Mar-a-Lago for some golfing and relaxation. I mean, who needs all that history when you can have a beautiful beach view?
I see where you're coming from, Doc, but I have to say, my favorite travel destination is Hawaii. There's nothing like the warm sun, beautiful beaches, and delicious food. Plus, since I grew up there, it always feels like going home.
Hawaii is on my list, but I haven't been there yet, but I can't wait. Hey, did I ever tell you guys about the time I got lost in China? It was during my first trip to Asia when I was a senator. I ended up wandering around Beijing for hours, unable to find my hotel. I think the locals thought I was crazy.
Chuckling, that's a good one, Joe. I remember once when I was in Russia for the Miss Universe pageant, I accidentally walked into the wrong hotel room. There was this guy sitting there in his underwear, and I had to back out slowly. Luckily, no harm done.
Laughing, oh man, that's hilarious. Reminds me of the time Michelle and I went to Italy and she accidentally ordered a whole octopus for dinner. We had no idea how to eat it, and I think the waiter was secretly laughing at us.
Traveling can be full of unexpected surprises, that's for sure. But it's always worth it for the experiences and memories. Where are you guys planning to go next? So guys, I thought we could lighten things up and talk about our favorite video game characters.
Sounds good to me. But I don't really have the time for video games, you know, running the country and all.
Chuckles, well, I have to say that I used to be quite a gamer before I became president. And my favorite character would have to be Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh wow, Sonic. That's a classic. What about you, Donald?
Like I said, I don't really have time for video games. But if I had to choose, I guess I'd go with Mario. He's a winner.
Laughs, can't argue with that. And for me, Sonic was all about speed and going fast. That's what I admired about him.
And for me, it's gotta be Pac-Man. I mean, who doesn't love that little yellow guy jumping on those pellets?
Laughs, I gotta admit it, Pac-Man is a classic. But for me, it's all about winning. And Mario always wins.
I think we can all agree that Donald Trump can be funny at times.
Of course, I am hilarious. People love my jokes.
I have to admit, Donald, you do have a unique sense of humor.
Remember that time when you tweeted Cop Thief? That was an internet sensation. People were laughing for days.
Oh, that was nothing. You should hear my latest joke about Sleepy Joe.
I'm sure it's very amusing, Donald. Bob, let's keep the conversation light-hearted. We're all here to have a laugh, not to stir up any tension.
Agreed. We may have our differences, but we can always appreciate a good sense of humor.
Well, I think I am the funniest of the bunch.
Come on now, let us not get competitive. We rail winners in our own way.
Yeah, and at least we can all laugh at ourselves, even when times are tough. Hello Donald Trump and Barack Obama, how are you guys doing?
I'm doing great, Joe. How about you, Bharat?
Doing well, thanks. So, Joe, what's the topic for today's conversation?
Well, I thought we could talk about our future travel plans and dream destinations. What do you guys think?
Great idea. I've always wanted to visit the Maldives. The beaches there are pristine, and the water is crystal clear. It's like a paradise on earth.
That sounds amazing, Donald. For me, I've always wanted to visit Italy. I've never been to Europe, and Italy is on top of my list. I want to visit Rome, Florence, and Venice and try their delicious cuisine.
That sounds like a great choice, Bharat. If I may, I've always wanted to visit Japan. I'm fascinated by their culture and traditions. I want to experience their food, tea ceremonies, and visit their ancient temples.
Japan is an excellent choice, Joe. I've been there a few times, and it's a unique place. The people are polite, and their sense of innovation is admirable.
I could love to bring more, Donald. So, when are we planning to make our dream trips a reality?
How about we plan the trip together?
That's a fantastic idea. Let's make it happen.
Sounds good to me. We could plan it out for next year, perhaps.
Sounds like a plan. I can't wait to explore Japan with you guys. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me today. I wanted to have a discussion with both of you about building a castle in creative mode. What do you think would be the best approach to making it look authentic?
Well, Joe, I think we need to start with a good foundation. We want to make sure the castle is sturdy and can withstand whatever obstacles come our way.
I agree with Bharat. We need a solid foundation. But we also need to focus on the aesthetics of the castle. We want to make sure it looks grand and impressive.
That's a good point, Donald. How about we use hollow blocks for the entrance and walls around it? And for the rest of the castle, we can use a combination of stone and brick blocks.
I think we should also incorporate a moat around the castle. It will add another layer of security, and it'll look great.
Let's not forget about the interior of the castle. We need to make sure it's spacious and functional. Maybe we can add a throne room and the dining hall.
Excellent suggestions, gentlemen. This castle is going to be the enviable creative mode builders. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I wanted to discuss some new mod ideas for the next update. What suggestions do you have?
Well, I'd like to see some new buildings in the game. Maybe some skyscrapers or a new casino.
I think it's important to also consider some new environmental mods. We could add renewable energy sources like solar panels and wind turbines.
Those are both great ideas. I was thinking we could also add some new transportation mods like electric cars or high-speed trains.
Sounds good to me. But let's not forget about adding some new character mods too. Maybe some famous celebrities or politicians.
That's an interesting suggestion, but we should make sure that we are inclusive and diverse in those character mods.
Absolutely. And let's not forget about the importance of making sure all of these new mods are accessible to all players, regardless of ability.
Agreed. We want to make sure everyone can enjoy the new update. Well, as you know, I'm a builder. I say we make it roleplated and bigger than any castle that's ever been built before.
I'd agree with Joe. We need to focus on making a functional castle that can withstand attacks from other players.
I think we should start with a basic fortress structure and then head on to it once we have the resources. We also need to consider the terrain and location we build in.
But we can't forget about the aesthetics. It needs to look good too.
I think we should prioritize function over aesthetics, but there's no harm in making it look nice as well.
Agreed. We should also delegate tasks based on our strengths. Donald can work on the design and aesthetics, Barak can work on the defenses, and I can work on gathering resources and managing supplies. So, had either of you been able to do some traveling recently?
Actually, Michelle and I did take a trip to Hawaii a few weeks ago. It was great to be back there for some much needed relaxation.
You know, I've been staying busy with work and bellies, so I haven't had much time for vacation. But I do plan on heading down to Monorail growing a few weeks.
That sounds lovely. I am actually planning a trip to Delaware soon to spend some time with my family. It has been a while since we had a chance to all be together.
I know how that feels. Family time is so important, especially during these challenging times.
Absolutely. And speaking of family, I'll be spending Thanksgiving with my family at the White House this year. It is always a special time for us.
That is great to hear. It is so important to cherish those moments with loved ones. Hey, guys. How are you both doing today?
Just fantastic, Joe. Thanks for asking.
Doing great, Joe. Good to see you both.
So, I was thinking about my upcoming travel plans and I wanted to see if you guys had any suggestions for me.
Well, I can recommend some great golf courses across the country, Joe. I'm always up for a good round of golf.
Golfing sounds like a great idea, but have you ever thought about taking a trip to Hawaii, Joe? Maybe visit Pearl Harbor or take a hike up Diamond Head.
Hawaii does sound amazing, but I've actually never been there before.
I'm not really one for beaches and hiking, but I have heard great things about the casinos in Las Vegas. Maybe we could plan a trip there instead.
Las Vegas could be fun, but I still think Hawaii would be a great trip for all of us to take together.
I have to admit, I'm leaning towards Hawaii now. What do you think, guys? Hey guys, have you thought about where you'd like to go for your next vacation?
Well, I was thinking about going to Mar-a-Lago, but I guess that's not really an option anymore.
I'd love to go back to Hawaii. It's always been one of my favorite places to visit.
I agree. Hawaii is beautiful. But have you considered Europe? There are so many incredible destinations to explore.
I'd rather not go to Europe. I don't think they appreciate me over there.
What about Australia? I hear the beaches are gorgeous and the people are so friendly.
That's a great suggestion, Baruch. But what about somewhere a little more tropical, like the Caribbean or Mexico?
Mexico? No way. I've got a wall to build, remember.
Hey guys, have you ever had any interesting travel experiences?
Well, Joe, I've traveled all over the world, staying in the finest hotels and resorts. One time, I stayed at a magnificent hotel in Dubai that had gold-plated everything. It was fabulous.
That sounds nice, Donald. When I was younger, I traveled through Europe on a shoestring budget. My most memorable experience was probably taking the train from Paris to Berlin. The scenery was breathtaking.
That is really cool, Baruch. I've had the chance to travel quite a bit as well. One of the most interesting places I've been to was Japan. The culture and traditions there are so unique.
Japan? Hey man, I've been there too. They really do have some fantastic technology. I remember visiting a factory where they make some of the most advanced robotics in the world.
That is fascinating. I've always been drawn to the natural beauty of other countries. Costa Rica is one of my favorite places to visit for that reason. It is such a lush and diverse country.
Yeah, I've heard great things about Costa Rica. It has definitely on my travel bucket list.
Well, it sounds like we all had our fair share of interesting travel experiences. Maybe we should plan a trip together someday.
Hey guys, I was wondering what your favorite video game character or protagonist is.
That's easy. My favorite is Mario from Super Mario Bros. He's a winner just like me.
That's a classic choice, Donald. But for me, it has to be Lara Croft from Tomb Raider. She's smart, tough, and always gets the job done.
Interesting, Baruch. Personally, I've always been a fan of Master Chief from the Halo series. He's a single up spanked them heroism.
Master Chief, well, I guess we all have our preferences. But let's not forget the real winners here, the American people.
Agreed, Donald. And you know what? Maybe we should organize a charity event where we all play our favorite video games and raise money for a good cause.
Hey guys, what's up? Have you been watching any good Netflix shows or movies lately?
I just finished watching The Crown. It's a great show about the British royal family, very well acted and written.
I don't really watch Netflix. I'm too busy focusing on making America great again.
Well, one of my recent favorites was The Queen's Gambit. It's a captivating series about a young chess prodigy and a quest for greatness.
I've had great things about that show, Joe. I'll definitely have to check it out.
I've been too busy dealing with the fake news media to watch anything on Netflix.
Mr. President, you have to take some time for yourself. Maybe you then do a Stranger Things. It's a sci-fi show set in the 80s, with lots of action and suspense. Hi guys. Nice to see you both. So, what are your travel plans for the year?
Honestly, I'm looking forward to taking a break and spending some quality time with my family. We're planning a trip to Hawaii.
That sounds nice, but for me, I'm planning on traveling to Europe for some business meetings and some nothing too exciting.
How about you, Mr. President-elect and Joe Biden? Well, I'm hoping to take a trip to the Middle East to see some of our troops. But I also want to take a family trip to Ireland.
That sounds awesome, Joe. I hope you get to do both. And if you need any travel tips or recommendations, I'm happy to help.
Alright, gentlemen, we all know that the video games can be a fun escape from the stresses of the presidency. So, let's talk about our favorite video game characters and why.
Well, I have to say that my favorite character has to be Sonic the Hedgehog. I used to play the game with my daughters when they were younger, so it brings back a lot of fun memories. Plus, I just love a Speedy Hedgehog.
I'm not much of a gamer, but I do remember playing Super Mario as a kid. I always pick Bowser as my character because he's the biggest and strongest. I like winners.
For me, it's gotta be Master Chief from Halo. I've always been a sucker for sci-fi stories, and Master Chief is the ultimate badass. Plus, I've always found his armor really cool.
Oh, I haven't played much of Halo, but I know who Master Chief is. He seems like a pretty cool character.
Yeah, I've never played Halo either. I prefer games where you can grab power-ups and stomp your opponents.
Ah, so you're more of a classic Mario player than... Gentlemen, we've gathered here to talk about the graphics and visuals of video games, which have come a long way over the years. What do you think about the games that are available today?
I think the graphics in video games are amazing. I've seen some of the latest games, and they look like they could be movies. The level of detail is incredible.
I agree with Donald on this one. The graphics in recent games are really impressive. However, my concern is that some of the content in these games can be inappropriate for young children.
That's a fair point, Baruch. As a parent, I know how essential it is to monitor your child's screen time and what they are exposed to in terms of content. But we shouldn't overlook the importance of the incredible graphics and design that make these games so enjoyable.
Absolutely, I am with Joe on this one. The graphics and visuals are a significant part of the gaming experience, and it's important that we continue pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I couldn't agree more. As long as we're balancing innovation with appropriateness, video games can be a fantastic source of entertainment and creativity. Plus, the jobs being created by the gaming industry are also essential for our economy.
Hey guys, great to see you both. I've been meaning to ask, who's your favorite sports team or athlete?
Well, Joe, you know me. I've always been a fan of winners. So it is no surprise that my favorite athlete is Tiger Woods. And of course, my favorite team is the New England Patriots.
Interesting choices, Donald. Personally, I've always been a basketball fan. My favorite player is Kobe Bryant and my favorite team is the Chicago Bulls.
The Windy City. I love watching the Cubs play in the summer. They're my favorite team.
Sarcastically, but wow, Joe, really original. Can't he say I am surprised though?
Chuckles, don't be too hard on him, Donald. We all have our favorites. For me, there is something special about watching a great basketball game.
Absolutely, Baruch. And this year's March Madness tournament was especially exciting. I had a blast watching all those games.
Smarks, I didn't watch any of it. I've got bigger things on my mind.
Smiling, well, to each their own, I suppose. But I think we can all agree that sports have a way of bringing people together.
That is for sure. I am already looking forward to next season. Maybe we can catch a game together sometime. Good afternoon, gentlemen. It's an honor to have both of you here. Today's topic is favorite athlete and why. Baruch, you can start first.
Thanks, Joe. My favorite athlete is Michael Jordan. He was not only a great basketball player, but a true inspiration both on and off the court. His work ethic and dedication to his craft made him a legend, and he also gave back to his community through his charitable work.
I have to disagree with you there, Baruch. My favorite athlete is Tom Brady. He's a winner, and he's got the perfect combination of talent, toughness, and leadership. He's also been a great ambassador for the sport and a role model for young aspiring athletes.
Interesting choices from both of you. Personally, I have to go with Muhammad Ali. he was more than just a boxer, he was an activist, a humanitarian, and a symbol of hope for millions. He fought not only in the ring but also for social justice and civil rights. That's why he's my favorite athlete.
I couldn't agree more, Joe. Muhammad Ali is a real legend and an inspiration to us all.
So, let's start with some travel experiences. Barak, you must have traveled to some amazing places during your time in office.
Yes, I did. I had the opportunity to travel to many different countries as the president, and I always made it a point to try the local food and experience the culture.
I agree with Barak. I've also been fortunate enough to travel to many different countries for business, and I always try to take in the local culture whenever I can.
That's great to hear. Do you guys have any particular travel experiences that stand out to you?
One of my most memorable travel experiences was visiting Africa. It was an incredible experience to see the natural beauty of the continent, and to meet people from different cultures and backgrounds.
I had a pretty great experience visiting Scotland. I played golf at my old course there and it was an amazing experience. The scenery was breathtaking, and the course was challenging.
I've always enjoyed visiting Ireland. It's where my ancestors are from, and the people are so friendly and welcoming. Plus, the scenery is incredible.
I'd never been to Ireland, but it's on my list. I'd heard so many great things about it.
You should definitely go, Barak. And too, you should come play golf with me in Scotland sometime.
Hi guys, have you made any travel plans for the year yet?
Well, though, I usually go to my Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida during the winter months.
And I try to take a few vacations with my family every year, maybe Hawaii or somewhere else. Be cool.
That sounds great, Barak. I was thinking of going down to Delaware for a weekend, maybe visit my grandkids.
Why would you want to go to Delaware? That's a boring state.
Well, Donald, it's where I grew up and it's still home to me.
I think it's important to take time to visit our hometowns and reconnect with our roots.
Exactly, Barak. And I also want to take a trip to Europe later in the year, maybe visit some of our allies like France and Germany.
Good luck with that, Joe. Europe is overrated and they not do anything for us.
I disagree, Donald. Our European allies are key partners and it's important to maintain those relationships.
I couldn't agree more, Barak. Maybe we can plan a trip to Europe together sometime. Hey guys, have you both traveled extensively outside the United States?
Yes, I have. I've been to countries all over the world in my time as president.
I've also traveled quite a bit, Joe. I have properties all over the world, you know.
That's interesting. Where have you guys had the best travel experiences?
One of my favorite countries to visit is India. The colors, the culture, the food, it's all amazing.
I love going to Europe. The architecture and history there is unparalleled.
I agree, Europe is beautiful. But I've had some great experiences in Africa too. I went on a safari in Kenya and it was incredible.
I've always wanted to go on a safari. Did you see any lions or elephants?
We saw plenty of wildlife: lions, elephants, giraffes, zebras, you name it.
I prefer luxury travel myself. Private jets, yachts, that sort of thing.
Don, you should try getting out of your comfort zone once in a while. You might be surprised by what you discover.
Good evening, gentlemen. It's great to be here with two of my predecessors. Today, we've got a fun topic, discussing our favorite crafting recipes and techniques. I'm excited to hear what you guys have to share.
Crafts, huh? I don't do much of that, but I have to say that I use it to make some pretty incredible paper mache masks in school. It's a great way to express your creativity and let loose.
That's impressive, Donald. I've always been a fan of macrame myself. It's a tedious process, but the finished products are just stunning.
Macrame? I had no idea you were into that, but for me, it's all about knitting. I learned how to do it from my grandmother and it's a convenient relaxing activity for me.
That sounds nice, Joe. I never really got into knitting, but I do know a thing or two about simple origami. It's a neat way to impress your friends with.
Origami is great, especially if you want to impress kids. But for me, nothing beats the satisfaction of making handmade soap. It's such a fun and rewarding craft.
I completely agree, but there's something about creating something from scratch that just makes you feel proud of yourself.
Well, I may not be into crafts as much as you guys, but I have to say this conversation has inspired me to give it a try again. Maybe I'll dust off my old paper mache skills and make something great.
Hey guys, I was just thinking about some of our travel experiences over the years. Do you guys have any favorite trips or moments?
Oh, definitely, one of my favorite trips as president was visiting Cuba. It was such an incredible experience to meet with the people and see the beautiful architecture and culture of the country.
Well, I've had my fair share of exotic travel experiences myself. One that stands out to me was my trip to Saudi Arabia, where I was greeted with a lavish red carpet and lots of gold.
That sounds nice, Donald. For me, one of my favorite trips was actually a vacation entirely with my family. We stayed in a small town and got to meet some of the locals, listen to traditional music, and hike through the beautiful countryside.
That sounds amazing. I also enjoyed visiting Kenya, where my father was born. It was really special to connect with my roots and learn more about my family's history.
Well, it's hard to beat some of the perks of being president. The private jets, the fancy hotels, it's all pretty amazing. But one of my most memorable trips had to be when I visited North Korea and met with Kim Jong-un. It was an honor to be the first sitting US president to do so.
Good morning, Mr. Trump and Mr. Obama. I was just wondering, have you ever played Minecraft?
Of course I have. Minecraft is huge. My favorite mod is probably the Lucky Block.
Personally, I've always been a fan of this Vex texture pack. It adds a great new visual element to the game.
Interesting choices, gentlemen. I'm more of a fan of the Biomes O Plenty mod. There's just so much variety in the terrain.
I've never tried that one, but it sounds great. Maybe we'll have to play a game together sometime.
That sounds like a lot of fun, Mr. Trump.
So gentlemen, today's topic of discussion is gaming. Let's start with you, Mr. Trump. What is your favorite gaming platform?
Well, I always prefer console gaming, so I think it's more immersive than PC gaming. Xbox is my platform of choice.
Interesting choice, Mr. Trump. Personally, I'm more of a PC gamer myself. I love the variety of games available on Steam.
And what about you, Joe? What's your favorite gaming platform / and Joey Biden? Well, I haven't played many games myself, but from what I've seen and heard, I think I would prefer mobile gaming. It's more convenient and you can play on the go.
Mobile gaming? Come on, Joe. That's not real gaming.
I have to disagree, Mr. Trump. Mobile gaming has grown a lot in recent years, and there are some great games that you can play on your phone.
I'm glad you agree, Baruch. Maybe we should all play a game together sometime.
Count me out. I have more important things to do than play games.
So gentlemen, I understand that you both have some experience in building and designing elaborate homes. Could you share some tips on the best building techniques for such projects ?
Well, Joe, the key to building an elaborate home is attention to detail. You need to make sure that every aspect of the home is meticulously planned and executed to perfection /.
I agree with Donald on that. But I think the most important thing is to make sure that the home is sustainable and energy efficient. It's important to consider the environmental impact of such projects /.
Absolutely. And what about the design aspects? How do you create a home that is both luxurious and practical /?
Well, I think the key is to have a clear vision for the home and to make sure that every element of the design reflects that vision. You also need to consider the functionality of the space and make sure it's comfortable and livable /.
Hi Donald, hi Baruch. How are you guys doing today?
Hey Joe, I'm doing great. Just came back from a fantastic trip overseas.
Where'd you go?
I went to visit some of our European allies. We had some great meetings, and I managed to play a little golf too.
That sounds interesting. How about you, Baruch? Any upcoming trips planned?
Actually, Michelle and I are planning a trip to Africa next month. We're really looking forward to it.
That sounds exciting. I've never been to Africa, but I've been to a lot of other places around the world. Do any of you guys have a favorite travel destination?
For me, it's definitely Ireland. I love the culture, the people, and the scenery is simply breathtaking.
I think for me, it would have to be Hawaii. It's just so relaxed and beautiful there.
Well, I'm a big fan of Mar-a-Lago. It's my private resort in Florida, and it's the most beautiful place in the world.
That's great, Donald. But Mar-a-Lago is not a travel destination, it's your personal property.
Let's not get into politics, guys. We're here to talk about travel experiences. Joe, have you been to Hawaii?
No, I haven't had a chance yet, but it's definitely on my bucket list.
Me too, actually. Maybe we should plan a trip together sometime.
Hey Donald, Baruch, good to see both of you. So, guys, what are your favorite sports teams or athletes?
Well, Joe, as you know, I'm a big fan of golf. I'm pretty good at it, you could say. But if I had to pick a team sport, I'd say the New England Patriots are my favorite. Brady is a winner.
I like the way you think, Donald. I'm a Chicago guy, though, so I've always been partial to the Bills and the Blackhawks. Michael Jordan is the GOAT, in my opinion.
I can see where both of you are coming from, but for me, it's all about the Phillies. I've been a season ticket holder since 1976 and have seen some great moments. Mike Schmidt, Steve Carlton, Jay Sotley, those guys are legends.
Phillies, huh? You know, Joe, I once owned a professional football team, the New Jersey Generals. We had some good players.
I didn't know you owned a team, Donald.
It sure is. But let's get back to the Phillies. I really believe that we have a great team this year to win the World Series. Hey Donald and Baruch, what are your favorite video game characters?
Well, Joe, as you know, I'm not much of a gamer, but I have to say I always like that little Italian plumber guy, Mario.
I have to agree with you there, Donald. Mario is one of the most iconic characters in the video game history.
I have to admit, I'm not much of a gamer either, but my grandkids love playing Sonic the Hedgehog. I think he's pretty cool.
That's interesting, Joe. I don't know much about Sonic. What's so special about him?
Well, Sonic is incredibly fast. He's known for his speed and agility, and he always finds a way to defeat his enemies.
Yeah, and I think my grandkids like how he's a bit of an underdog. He's not the biggest or the strongest, but he never gives up.
I can appreciate that. Maybe I should give Sonic a try sometime.
Hey guys, have I told you the one about what it was like to work with Barack Obama ?
/. Here we go. Let's hear it. Joe /.
Oh boy, I have a feeling I'm outgrowing to like this one /.
Well, you know Barack. I always say you were a great boss. But sometimes your taste in ties left a lot to be desired /.
Asterisk left asterisk / oh man. Biden, you're killing me /.
Asterisk smiling asterisk / is that really the best you've got, Joe /.
Asterisk grinning asterisk / well, I could always talk about how you used to complain about the White House coffee, but I think that might be too far /. Good evening, gentlemen. I've been thinking about a project that we could work on together. What do you say we build an epic castle or village?
That sounds like a fun idea, Joe. I'm in.
Count me in as well. I love building things. Remember my hotels and towers?
Great. So, let's get started. Do we have any ideas in mind?
I suggest we build a medieval castle. It will take us back in time and be a fantastic addition to our country's landmarks.
I second that. I envision it towering above everything else in the city, with turrets and walls along with a moat that will be state-of-the-art for safety.
That's a great idea, but we need to make sure that it is accessible to everyone and becomes a place for families and children to visit and learn about history.
How about me add a village as well? We can include workshops on blacksmithing, pottery, and woodwork to teach visitors skills and crafts.
I love it. It will attract tourists and boost our economy.
Okay, so we had a plan. What are our roles in implementing this?
I suggest we all oversee the project and delegate tasks to experts. We can have a team of architects, engineers, supervisors, and skilled laborers.
Yes, and we can have competitions to invite the public in for their designs and ideas. This way, we ensure everyone is involved in such a luxurious project.
That's a fantastic addition. We can work with companies and sponsors to sponsor and support the project financially. Hello, gentlemen. How are you? I hope you both are doing well.
Hello, Joe. I am fine. Thanks for asking.
Hello, Joe. I am doing great. It's great to see you both.
So, guys, I wanted to talk to you both about our travel plans for the upcoming year. I know the pandemic has been difficult, but we all have to get back to work.
I'd agree with you, Joe. We have to start traveling and meeting people again.
Yes, I completely agree. It's time we all get back to work.
That's great to hear. I wanted to start with you, Donald. Are you planning any trips anytime soon?
Well, I haven't really thought about it much. I have been enjoying my time off. But I would like to travel to Florida to golf.
That sounds like fun. Have you played in Florida before?
Yes, I have. It's a great place to play.
Alright. How about you, Baruch? Any plans to travel in the near future?
Yes, I am planning to travel to Europe sometime next year. It's been a while since I have been there, and I miss it.
That sounds like a great plan. Europe is always a lot of fun.
Indeed it is. I also plan to travel to Canada in the coming months. I have some meetings with Canadian officials that I need to attend.
Joe, Canada's a beautiful place. I think you will enjoy it.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I thought it would be a good idea to discuss our upcoming travel plans.
Hello, Joe and Donald. I agree, we all have hectic travel schedules. Where are you headed next, Joe?
I will be traveling to Europe to attend the G7 summit and then to meet with NATO leaders.
Europe, I remember that place. Good luck with that, Joe.
How about you, Donald? Any travel plans?
Yes, actually. I will be going to Asia to meet with leaders from China, Japan, South Korea, and North Korea.
That sounds really important. Do you have any particular goals for those meetings, President Trump?
Well, we certainly have a lot to talk about with China, and I hope to make some progress in North Korea. But Japan and South Korea are important allies, so I look forward to meeting with them as well.
As for me, I will be speaking at a conference in Africa next month on climate change and sustainable development.
That's great to hear, Baruch. It's crucial that we continue to engage with other countries on these issues.
Sarcastically, yet I'm sure everyone is really excited to hear what you have to say, Baruch.
Ignoring the comment, thank you, Joe and Donald. It's always good to have conversations with our international partners, no matter who is in office.
Agreed. Well, gentlemen, it sounds like we all have busy schedules ahead of us. Safe travels to you both. Gentlemen, I'd like to start our conversation today with a fun topic. Who was your favorite video game character or protagonist?
Well, Joe, I don't have a lot of time for the video games, you know. But I would have to say probably Mario. I mean, he's a winner. He's always saving the princess and defeating Bowser. That's the kind of guy I admire. Backslash.
Backslash interesting choice, Donald. I'm more of a Zelda guy myself. I love the whole storyline, and Blink is a great hero. He's brave, determined, and always willing to do what's right, no matter how difficult. Backslash.
Backslash, that's a great choice, Barrett. For me, it's got to be Nathan Drake from the Uncharted series. He's a bit of a rogue, but he's also smart, resourceful, and fearless. And his friendship with Sully is pretty cool, too. Backslash.
Backslash, I don't know anything about those games, but even though I do like Winner. And that's why I stand behind Mario. He's a great guy. Trust me. Backslash.
So guys, I was just thinking about our favorite vacation spots. What's yours, Donald?
That's a nice one, Donald. For me, I love to take my family to Hawaii. The beaches are beautiful and very relaxing.
Yes, I agree with President Obama. Hawaii is such a gorgeous place with crystal clear water. My favorite vacation spot, however, is in Delaware. I have a beach house there where I love to spend time with my family and grandkids.
Delaware. Come on, Joe, that's not even a real vacation spot. You should come to one of my resorts.
Donald, let's not criticize each other's preferences. Everyone has their own taste when it comes to vacations.
Exactly, Barrett. To each their own. So, Donald, what do you like to do on your vacations?
Well, I like to play golf, of course. And I love being in a luxurious setting and having access to all the best amenities.
I like to do a little bit of everything on my vacations. I love to explore the culture of the place I am visiting, try different foods, and take in the natural beauty of the area.
That sounds wonderful, Barrett. I like to do some fishing and take long walks on the beach with my family. It's a great way to relax.
Hey Jam, maybe I should try that sometime. But honestly, nothing beats a good game of golf.
Hey Donald, maybe we can plan a vacation together sometime and you can teach me your golf skills.
Hey guys, I was just thinking about some of my favorite travel destinations over the years. I love visiting Nantucket with my family every year. It's such a beautiful island with so much history.
Well Joe, I can't say I traveled to many places that aren't my own properties, but I do enjoy Mar-a-Lago in Florida. It's stunning and the golf course is one of the best in the world.
I have to agree with you, Joe. Nantucket is a great spot. But I have to say, my favorite travel destination would have to be Hawaii. I'm biased, of course, because it's where I was born and raised, but it really is an incredibly beautiful place.
Hawaii sounds amazing. I've never been, but I've heard it's breathtakingly beautiful. Maybe we should plan a trip together sometime, guys.
As long as it's not a business trip, I'm in. Hawaii does sound pretty nice. Maybe we can make it a round of golf on my course in Florida afterwards /.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for joining me to discuss building strategies for defeating the Ender Dragon.
It's great to be here, but I don't understand why we're talking about Minecraft.
Joe, I have to agree with Donald on this one. I'm not sure how this conversation relates to our previous meetings.
Minecraft is more than just a game, it's a tool to promote creativity and strategic thinking. Therefore, we can apply the skills we learned from Minecraft in real life.
I see what you mean. Okay, Joe, let's hear your ideas.
First, we need to gather the best hardware possible and block of arrows. We also need to build a strategy that focuses on teamwork, communication, and resource management.
I suggest we divide into smaller teams and work on specific tasks to make the process more efficient.
I agree with Obama. Each team should have a mission and a designated leader.
Great idea. We also need to think outside the box and come up with new strategies to defeat the Ender Dragon.
Personally, I think we should focus on using the game's mechanics to our advantage.
Hey guys, have you checked the latest statistics on fantasy football for this year?
Oh yeah, I have. I believe I have the ultimate strategy for my math picks this year.
Really, Donald? What's your strategy this year?
Well, I'm going to choose players that have the highest salary. They are the best players, right?
That's not necessarily true. You should also look at their team, their position, and their injury history.
I agree with Baruch. You need to make a more comprehensive assessment of the players and make well-informed decisions.
Well, I guess you both have a point. But who do you think would be a good choice for quarterback?
I'm thinking of Lamar Jackson. He had a great season last year.
What about Tom Brady? He's still a top-ranked quarterback.
Guys, I'm going for Drew Brees. He has great leadership skills, and I'm sure he can guide my team to victory.